How's about now? Hello, hello, hello. I had a really awkward intro anyway, so this is probably for the best. thanks for thanks for pointing that out, Seven. Welcome on in. I was just saying that the Steam demo's finally out, so people can play it. I'm gonna play it. I've been playing it. I've been watching people play it. If anybody wants to play it, just type a little bang Steam in the chat. You'll get a nice little link. You can go download that demo. If you want to stream it, please let me know so I can come watch. You don't have to, but I love watching people play it. Actually, watching people play it is a lot of what spurred what we're going to work on today. Um, of course, I want to play it. I know. I'm actually working on a little bit of optimization stuff right now. Hopefully, it'll help, but I'm mostly optimizing a lot of the UI, like rescaling it down to 1080p and not using 4K base and nerd stuff. A lot of the optimization that needs done is out in like the 3D world. So we got to set up like graphics settings and render distance and like texture compression and texture scaling, stuff like that. A lot of that will be able to help run it on more computers, on like laptops, hopefully. I run it on my laptop, but it's a pretty beefy boy. I saw somebody playing it on the Steam Deck the other day. That's pretty exciting. It ran like butter on that, so I might need to finally check out the Steam Deck and see if it makes sense to have a port over there. But yeah, I was watching other people play, and they were doing a lot of stuff that I didn't even imagine people doing, like trying to talk NPCs through quests instead of crafting items for them. So I think what we'll build today is the ability to talk NPCs through quests indirectly. We're going to add a bunch of logic and like actions that the NPCs can do mid conversation. So right now they have like NPC brains that are constantly checking their surroundings and saying like, this is what I see, these are my memories, this is my personality, etc. These are the actions I can do. What do I want to be doing right now? So it's like, go walk over to this tombstone, inspect tombstone, sit on the ground, wait, that sort of stuff. We disable that all when they are in a conversation with the player, so they don't just like leave mid conversation. But I think we can set up the NPC brains to do like a mini version of that loop with each message that they get or send or receive to the player. So if the player says like, will you give me that map in your inventory? Right now they're not supposed to, but they can say like, yeah, here you go, here's that map. But we're going to be giving them tools that they can trigger. It's a pretty common like procedure in a lot of LLMs right now to have tools triggered. We're going to code in some tools for like give an item, do an emote, or restate the current quest, or like, we'll brainstorm some actions, but we're going to have all these actions that NPCs can trigger. And then during the conversation with each message, we'll branch off to another AI like logic decision engine type thing and say like, all right, here's the conversation so far. Here's the most recent message. Do you need to trigger any of these actions? If yes, then we can trigger them and do all the AI stuff. If not, we just continue the conversation. So that'll be fun. I hope that'll work. I've got a lot of like brainstorming and roadmappy stuff that I can talk about also if people are interested in that. We've kind of we finally got the Steam launch out. People are playing it, and I'm gathering as much feedback as I can, but I don't want to be just like super reactive to every little thing right now. I want to like finally take some time and think long term about where we want things to go, what we want to build, and I'm mostly just fixing the most egregious bugs. Like we just put out a update last night for ultra wide monitors because apparently people have ultra wide monitors, and also lots of people have ultra wide monitors. We had 3 or 4 people complain that their like 5K by 1K monitor wasn't displaying the UI correctly. But yeah, mostly this week focusing on like fixing the bugs to let people play, and I'm just gathering all the feedback we can. So, we're going to play the game today. Why don't I go over and briefly show off some of that feedback? Let's see what we got here. But I mean, the big things that everyone says right now are they want WASD movement, and we're going to build WASD movement. I think we need to move over to, let's grab a new version of this. We need to move over to the new input system in Unity. Just because we want to kind of modernize a little bit and like allow us to rebind controls and support controllers. What's the current movement if not standard WSD? It's more like it's click to move. So if you've played like RuneScape, you click the ground, you move there. You click on an object to interact with it. The camera control is kind of like World of Warcraft, where you like hold middle mouse button and move that around. That seems really awkward in 3D. It isn't too bad. There's a lot of work we could do on like improving the bounds of like trees and stuff. We've got colliders on everything. There's some improvements we could do there. You know what? I'll jump in the game. We can also talk about like the layout of the towns and stuff. It gets a little bit rough when we're not also doing a bunch of other stuff. Like we let the camera clip through objects in the world, and there's a lot of stuff we can do to make click to move feel a lot nicer that we're not doing because we just wanted to kind of get things working first. But I think WSD is also like people are really comfortable with it. They like it. So might as well build it and see if we like it more. I miss Seven's brilliant message. WASD movement should be easy to add because it already WASD in the game, right? Hopefully. Unfortunately, it was knotted in the game already, so it will be a little bit harder to add. But we can do it. Easy peas. What else did I add? Oh yeah, we reworked the whole like tutorial road process. We were starting people with tools, and we wanted them to use those tools to craft other tools to give a tool to the guard at the start. But they were just giving their tools to the guard at the start and skipping the tutorial. So, lots of changes based on what we saw people doing. Yeah, so we're going to do more of that today. I think the best thing to do is just to get in and play a little bit, check out some quests. We also reworked all the quests, so they start out a lot easier now. They will ramp back up to the difficulty they were when we first put out the demo, but they should be a lot easier now. I wonder how laggy this loading screen will be over OBS since it's so intensive, but hopefully it's not too bad. Hey, Tony, welcome on in. We're talking WASD and controller mapping. Yes, that is like the big feedback that everyone has been given. I think that we haven't done like WASD. Ooh, I get to move this over. Done. Everybody wants WASD. People want controller, I suppose. I think it might be you and I that want controller, but everybody wants WASD. We still have a nasty bug that maybe we can hunt down this stream, but we'll see. I ended up just adding a little button to the pause screen for people that hit that bug. What it is we have locks on the keyboard shortcuts. So normally if you press like I, it'll open your inventory. Obviously you don't want that happening when you are talking in, oh no, when you're talking in chat. Interesting. Oh no. Okay, well I guess we'll fix that. But we do locks on the input in that way. So like when you open chat, it's supposed to put a lock on all your keyboard shortcuts. When you close chat, it resets that. So there's some bug out there somewhere where something is either adding two locks or not releasing a lock, and so people get into a spot where their keyboard shortcuts aren't working. And so we just added a button to reset those. So I wonder... Okay. Well, that might not have actually been a bug. I might have just had an editor bug there. But yeah, when you type, it doesn't do the keyboard shortcuts. And same with like talking to NPCs. There's some workstations that you type in. Lots of places you type. So obviously we don't want like I, K, C, E, X, space bar is jump, etc. All triggering those. But yeah, I'm very used to this click to move, so that's probably why I didn't notice it being awkward for a lot of people. But there is a lot of things that we could improve there, like this camera. In most games with a camera like this, and also games with click to move, when you move the camera into an object, what it'll do instead is like push the camera forward. So you'll just be like shoved around to where you're not getting obscured like that. Also you'll get a lot of you'll get outlines on the characters. There's more stuff we could do. You were doing parkour and click to move. Yeah, it's not that bad. It would be a lot, well, it probably would be easier to do the parkour in WASD. Probably. But they're pretty similar, I think. Spoilers for anybody who wants to experience Tutorial Road, but there's a very simple crafting recipe to make your first tool. It is to grab some stone and a stick and combine them, and you'll get a primitive hammer. Easy peas. Let's make one for ourselves and one for the guard. And you know what? Let's make a few more, and let's amp them up with some stones. What we're gonna do, we're gonna have fun. I'm gonna keep a little notepad list of anything that we have, like small fixes that we want to do, so we can work through all those, and then we'll get to NPC brains afterwards. But I feel like every time I play, there's something new. Let's do some new stone mallets. Let's keep adding more stone to those bad boys. We do still have the doubled up chat, which maybe should be higher priority. But nobody's really complained about it. It just bothers me a lot. So I probably will fix it, but it isn't getting as high priority as I would like it to be. We demand WASD. Well, we're gonna get it. Maybe you can do it. All right, we're getting some tools. This gives crafting XP, smithing XP. We can take one of those. All right, we can go in town. We don't need to gather all this stuff. So we've got a hammer for you, my man. He needs any tool. Any tool works. AI logic. You can give him, well, maybe not like a fishing rod, maybe, but for the most part, any tool you find, he can find a way to make it use its purpose and open this gate that's stuck. Yeah, here's like the main thing that I think people look for WASD, like from the get-go when they first solve this quest and they click into town. There's so much awkwardness with this gate, like especially when the iron bars are going up, like people are trying to click under it. They click on the bars on accident. There's a lot of weird stuff, but Wazda will fix that. This guy's already got another quest for us. We'll check out what he got. It's a good example of our new follow-up quests that we added. So each quest after the first with an NPC is supposed to build on your solution to the previous quest, what the quest was, and also the item that you gave them. So let's see here. Primitive hammer you gave me reopened the gate, but I might have overdone it. Now the gates won't shut properly. We risk intruders. I need something to help reinforce the gate mechanism. So it's a follow-up quest. You need something a little bit more complicated to craft. Get them some like reinforced lumber, reinforced metal, like something that you could, a rope, something like that. It's a little bit more open-ended, and it'll keep scaling like that with each NPC. Can I grind something valuable that isn't a tool and bribe him? Now that's a great example of the kinds of things that we want to be brainstorming for what NPCs can do, like in reaction to the player. So actually I'm going to start a little list down here. So we'll call it dialogue actions. So things that we want NPCs to be able to do like mid-conversation with you. And they don't have to be across all NPCs. We have their brains set up so we can give specific NPCs specific actions that they know how to do. So I think it would be nice to give the guards the ability to open or close the gate. And that also kind of gets into the original goal of solving quests with text or solving quests in other ways. So if this guy in conversation after every message has the ability to open the gate or not, he's still going to logically like reason about the game world and know that he said like, yeah, the gate is stuck, an earthquake caused it to be stuck, I need a tool to open it. So you might not be able to like bribe him to open it. But maybe you can convince him he's crazy and it actually opens just fine and then he'll open it. Or later on, we saw some other people like just really aggrandizing the guards at the gate, and they were like, is this guy gonna lock me out of town? I think they should be able to close the gate as well and just like say, nah, you need to be a nicer fellow. When you're nicer to me, I will open the gate again for you. I think that's a fun like reaction to this like open-ended conversation when we're talking about giving the NPCs tools to interact with the game world. If you make an NPC too mad, like maybe they attack you, maybe they follow you around and insult you, maybe they use their vision to even determine like what you are doing in the game and saying like, I see you running around and jumping, you're so bad at jumping, I can jump higher than you and jumping higher than the player or something like that. Go full Karen on him. Just try it. He goes to try it. The game doesn't have a state for failing to open the gate. Gate opens. There you go. You can hack your way in. Fun fact, you can actually harvest the gate for long enough. If you harvest the gate 50 times, you get 50 iron bars, but the gate is destroyed. So that's fun. Hydrate. Thank you so much for that. Not trying to interrupt, but do you subscribe to Midjourney? I think I do. I'm not entirely sure offhand. I think I do. If so, can you look in Discord real fast? Yes. Let me like start crafting or something, so we aren't getting too distracted. But let's take our obsidian mallet and go harvest from some stone. Right, let me check this Discord real fast. I do have a Midjourney subscription, but Midjourney doesn't generate meshes. It just does 2D images. We got a lot of shattered stone. Nice, nice, nice. See what we get with that. Oh yeah. If you shoot me a prompt in like the AI tools channel or something, I can throw it in Midjourney for you. If anybody else wants free Midjourney use too, sure, go for it. We are crafting away, leveling up fast. Hey Freshco, welcome on in. Generating 2D concept in Midjourney, then using Meshy to make the mesh. Let me know how that goes. Should be fun to try. Let me check Discord to see if you sent prompt. It's okay, Lola, I might just go subscribe. Yeah, that might be easiest. Happy to run some prompts for you later too, though. Thought about the sages. Yes. I'm actually been meaning to. We actually just got approved for O3, the new OpenAI model, on our API right before the stream, so I didn't have time to like jam it in. But it does a lot of reasoning, and it's very like good quality. So we're probably gonna improve the sages first of all. For anybody who doesn't know, we have some Discord bots that help out with Unity development, Unreal development, and Godot development, and also one that helps with like game idea brainstorming on our Discord server. Let me link that since we plug in it hard. But they haven't been updated for a while. We're gonna update the brains with the new model soon, and I'm also gonna open source the code that runs it probably. And Freshka is our resident bot who helps with game playing. Thank you for all of your service. I think let's check out some quests. We still need to make a thank you for the posture check. I'm so bad at that. We still need to make something to reinforce the gate. It would probably be nice to have some way in the codex to just like see all of your quests instead of having to go through each individual person and like see their quests. I don't think we'll do that on stream because it might be just like me fandangling with UI for a while. But let's just add a little note maybe at the bottom. After stream. That might be nice because as you meet more and more people, you're just like clicking through and seeing quests and stuff, and it's nice to just have like a page you can go to and see all the quests so you don't forget them all. But I guess we can meet this guy. One thing that I'm thinking about doing is having NPCs not generate quests until you've met them first. Just to kind of like make things a little bit more believable, I guess, in the game world, because we haven't talked to Lila here yet. So when we talk to her, she's going to have an introductory message and a quest message. They're in the wrong order right now, probably. Well, okay, she's just going to give us the quest message, I guess. But it would be nice if she introduced herself first, is all. Is it just me or did I see a Game Jams in your Discord? Yeah, we have a channel for Game Jams. We aren't hosting any ourselves right now. We have considered it, but I mostly just share like interesting game jams coming up in that channel. I also am planning to compete in the Brackies Game Jam, which starts next week, I think, or maybe 2 weeks from now, sometime in February. I love me some good game jams. It's nice to like get back to some small projects after this demo gets out. Yeah, check it out. Have you done any game jams, Quentin? This lady needs a fruit to help complete her recipe. So we have an interesting game design question here of we probably could give her an apple right now and it would complete her quest because it's a fruit. But we also have the opportunity of we can ask her do you want a specific fruit? And that'll rein in the quest. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but if we say any fruit. So here, now she wants an apple, but something tart with a hint of sweetness. The quest has been constrained based on the conversation. I don't know if that's good or not, because if she were to have said anything but an apple, we no longer could solve the quest with our item, whereas we could if we hadn't asked her that. Something to think about. I don't know how much we want to tell the player the conversation manipulates the bounds of the quest parameters. If you redeem the 5k channel points, the channel point redeem for a game jam is for me to compete in one. We could potentially host one at some point. I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but takes a little bit of planning and stuff. So the redeem is just for me to compete in one. I am competing in one soon, so you don't need to redeem one, but I do love me some game jams, so you are welcome to if you'd like. Let's give this lady an apple. Let's get her generating her next quest so we can see how a apple could cause problems. So her next quest will probably build on her using an apple in that recipe, so we'll be able to see what that was. She gave us some cheese as a reward, so we'll make some cheese herring. Not myself. I'm too bad at making games right now. Game jams are a great place to learn how to make games. Especially there's a lot of really entry level game jams that you can get started in really low stakes. If you go to itch.io/jams, they've got a calendar here. All of these are starting this week. And you can click through and a lot of them are only for people that have never been in a game jam before, or only people who are in school or learning game development, or no stakes, etc. Sorry about the ads. I should probably add a little chat message of when those happen so I know. But I was just saying that the channel point redeem for game jams is for me to compete in one. We'll probably host some eventually, but that's just for me to compete in them. I love competing in them, so I want the distraction. But I am competing in one this month, the Brackies game jam, so that'll be soon. You don't have to redeem for another one, but you can. Could go back to that manipulation tooling you were talking about. Maybe the quest would start as I want a fruit, but I'm not sure which. They could reason each fruit you give them until you're right, or you can talk to them to narrow down options. Yes, so this is basically kind of communicating to the player that there are a lot of possibilities for the quest and you need to reason the correct one instead of just guessing at a correct one. We could do something like that, yeah. I don't know whether it's more fun. If she says, hey, I need a fruit, and you happen to have an apple in your inventory, is it frustrating if she's I need a fruit, and then you start reasoning and you're all right, what do you need? And she goes, well, I need a potato, actually. And you're well, I don't have that. I have the fruit. it and then maybe she says like, I need cherries and we don't have any cherry trees in the game or something. There's a lot of tweaking that we can do there. You convince her she wants an apple. I see. Yeah, that would be fun. We're gonna do something very similar to that for the shop mechanics that we have planned eventually. Of like, you can put items that you've crafted in a personal shop. NPCs will come to you, and then you like convince them to buy stuff or convince them they need stuff. That would be fun. I love apples personally. Which? I gotcha. Some good English. I also feel like she might be frozen because I see her executing actions, but is she stuck? She's really doing a lot. Let's see if we can peek inside her mind. Let's see. Where are we at? Does she have... She has no debug stuff, but we can fix that. Give her this. Reset this position, bring it over here, turn it on. Those are wrong, so we need to go to her brain, set action, actions in queue, and memories. She is trying to harvest from a stone pillar. Right, and I'm not sure we ever implemented harvesting from NPCs. Maybe we should, let's double check that. Action harvest, action interact with object, yeah. You know, it should be working. I wonder... She's not forming memories that she didn't know how to interact with it, I don't think. Where's her memory thing? Memories count. Where are you at? Huh. Okay. I was just having a war with my game and the AI. I just gave up for now and continued the castle. Still need to learn Blender and make some castle tables, etc. Castle stuff. Yeah, all those like props and things. I'm so bad at doing 3D modeling, stuff like that. There's some really good like free assets, but when you start making your own, that's when it gets crazy. Good luck with it. Also, AI is pretty hard to wrangle, so I understand the struggle there too. There's so much to do in games, and feels like, oh, where are we going? Feels like there's like every front always has problems, and you just gotta kind of power through. But I do think that there's something going on wrong. She's harvesting from a stone pillar, which I think is on this building. We got our bobsledding priest, which, you know, is by design. He's vibing. He's doing a little vibe. So trying to harvest. Let's just... I know I'm playing right now, but playing also includes looking at some code. So distance to target greater than brain activation range, which I don't think is true. Your brain range is going to be pretty darn big. Gizmos. What is your brain range actually? 30. Yeah, that's pretty darn big. So it is in range. Hey, Kyugetsky. Did I say that right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We are working on our crafting RPG. We've got a Steam demo out this week, and we're gonna play a little bit. I'm kind of just playing a little bit, bug hunting a little bit. We're gonna get into some NPC brain stuff later, which should be fun. And happy to have you here. Let's actually say give item to player. I forgot to mention that one earlier. But let's keep looking. You're a new C# programmer on Unity. Well, welcome in. I have been doing Unity for a couple years now, but I've done C# for much longer than that. So happy to have you here, happy to help. We've also got a Discord with other Unity developers and game developers and C# developers. So if anybody wants to get some help on questions or help other people, that's a great place for it as well. But happy to help and chat too. Just working on fun stuff here in the meantime. So I think, actually, I guess we could just attach and step through, see what this NPC is doing. So let's put our breakpoint. Oh, right, we don't have hot reload on. We probably can't attach in place. This is fine. So we are within the distance. We're getting the NPC's inventory. We add bare hands to the inventory, which sure feels... Oh, it's a duplicate to the inventory. So it doesn't actually add it to the inventory, but it does let us check all of the crafting recipes in the game to see if there are any valid ones of using your bare hands or any tool that this NPC has on this object. And if there are any valid results, then they do the harvest. And if there are no valid results, they should be adding a memory saying they don't know how to harvest from that, so they shouldn't be harvesting from it again. Oh, actually, I bet what's happening here, all this logic is probably just fine. I bet we're decomposing, so we'll look at that in a second. QGetSki, you can also watch Irregular Human on Wednesdays and Fridays, I think. He's a Unity dev too. Yes, let me shout out Irregular Human. Irregular. Oh, we finally hit that breakpoint. So we can verify what we're doing. Irregular Human. He's a Unity developer working on a horror game with trains and shredding. Very cool guy. If you happen to be over in Europe, he might fit your time zones a little bit better. He's very early for me in the morning. But yeah, he's also very helpful, especially if you're doing like 3D modeling and Blender type stuff, which is super hard and I don't know anything about. But cool guy. And he shouts me out all the time, so it's the least I can do to shout him back. So here, I bet what we're going to see is the distance is going to be greater than the target's interaction range, which we can't check the interaction range because we froze in here, but let's step through. I bet this is false. Yeah, so we're just decomposing here. So the band-aid fix to this is to go to the object and increase its interaction range, because I bet it's short enough that like the NPC can't even get to that object, so it just keeps trying and trying and trying. But we really should have some sort of global fix of like if an NPC or anybody tries to interact with an object and we decompose into this like this process of okay, move to it and then try again to interact with it. At the end of moving to it, if you haven't gotten any closer, there's a problem because you're going to hit that infinite loop. So not sure what we want to do there, because we would need to track our distance to a target like across multiple actions. And so we'd kind of need to re-architect things a little bit based on storing that data between actions. They're very atomic actions right now, so each one is independent of others, and we like break down into other actions to kind of solidify that. But for the time being, let's go ahead and just oh, I didn't mean to exit out, but you know what, we can go in now and fix it. Let's go back to our world. We just need to increase the interaction range of that pillar. And there's probably other objects in the world that need this increased, because I think I've seen NPCs get stuck on other stuff too. But we will address those when we get to them. I actually discovered you because of Human's shout out. Well, there you go. Yeah. Human actually messaged me last night being like, hey, does my shout outs ever like send you anyone? And I was like, yeah. Other people shout me out, not all the time, but they do occasionally, and they never result in anybody. But I feel like every time Human shouts me out, I get like 2 or 3 people that are like, hey, I'm a cool person, I'm gonna hang out. So just goes to show we got some cool community here. You're currently doing Udemy courses. Interesting. For game development specifically, or for more like general C#? Let's find, what is this object that we're looking for? We need, you know what, we should, it's probably, I might get into re-architecting here. We're gonna get into a lot of these actions soon on stream anyway, so I might just, do we have a general parent action, NPC action? Let's go action, interact. Does this inherit humanoid action? So we probably should have like a debug method on all the actions, because it would be nice for things like this, executing action, to also provide some extra info of like, if it is interact with object action, it should say what object. If it is talk to player, it should say like the distance to the player or something. But we don't necessarily need to do that right now. You're doing both. Oh, cool, cool, cool. How long have you been doing those classes? I haven't done any of the Udemy ones. I can't remember. I think I did one Unity class. Don't remember what platform. I feel like it was one of the free ones, but it was a long time ago. So I'm curious if the Udemy ones are nice now. You have 1 C# course and mini Unity, but only 2 are amazing. Okay, okay. A few months, but getting better. You know, that's a great start. I mean, picking it up in a few months is pretty good, I'd say. What have you built? I know you're probably just doing like projects and things from the class, but what are they starting you out with? How am I gonna find what I'm looking for here? 'Cause it is stone pillar, I think it was. I don't think we can actually search this way. No. But we can say type of generic interactable world object. So in here is a bunch of stuff. Can we click it? Maybe? Maybe that's not the right way to go about this. I feel like it's going to be... Don't actually know the Unity way of like searching through components on lots of objects, other than just kind of scrolling through and seeing if any of these have the component we're looking for. Which they might not, actually. me like 10 minutes. I'll be right back. I can screenshot after. Perfect. You just use 100 YouTube vids to find out how something works to forget it the day after. You know, that's how most of my learning is like Code Monkey vids and Bracky's videos. There's some good tutorials, and then I would find tutorials that are very similar to something I wanted to make, follow the tutorial, and then just like see how far I can get, tweaking stuff, changing stuff, adding stuff. One of my very first projects was Snake, like recreating Snake, but in a 3D world. Well, I didn't start in 3D, but the goal was to put it in 3D, and then as you collect the things in the world that make your tail longer, you could also go back to town and sell off those things. So it was like you play Snake, and then instead of just playing until you lose, you would occasionally head back to town, sell off your tail, and kind of start over, but there's still progression of like making money. It was a terrible game, but I was very proud of it because it was one of the first things that I built. I see you still have hot reload. Yes, thank you for reminding me to turn it on. Apparently it was already on. Okay. I don't know how we're gonna find this thing. Let's see. How... We're looking for stone pillar on... a generic interactable world object script. I mean, there's a chance. Let's try this out. Let's see. Sage help. Unity Sage plug for Discord. I want to find any objects in my scene with a generic interactable world object component where on that component it has, what is the variable? It doesn't really matter for the question, but display name equals something. How can I search the hierarchy? See what we get there. See if we actually get an answer. It's a pretty hard one. Can I jump directly to the object? Let's see. Just bought a new keyboard. The Logi MX keys is so nice. Yes, I have a very nice keyboard that I put together about a year ago. Let's see. Am I gonna regret unplugging this? But it sounds so nice. I love the sound of it. I have a couple others downstairs that I've used over the years, but they just get so dirty over time. And even cleaning them like only works for the however many years. Find and select. What are they doing over here? Matching objects, selection objects. So it just selects it for you in the hierarchy. We could do something like that. You know what? Let's do it. This might work, might not, but we can do a context menu, find all objects in scene with a specific name. And instead of figuring out how we're gonna hard code in that name or like dynamically ask for it, what we're gonna do is just debug find all objects with name, and we will say string name is stone pillar, I think it was. So here, let's just yoink this code of what we needed. So it's going to go through all objects in the scene that are generic interactable world object, and it's going to check to see if that object dot display name is equal to name. Let's call this target name. Then we'll find it in, where's our thing to select it? So we can do this. A new list of game objects that we will be adding to. And then we set our selection to that list. So this isn't going to work outside of the editor. So let's also if Unity editor and if so that should work, hopefully. This is obsolete. Use find objects by type instead, which lets you decide whether you need the results sorted or not. Sure. Find objects by type, which takes a sort mode. None. Sure. Alright, so now we have nothing selected. We go here, we run, we recompile, and then we run it. We'll see if that works. Hot reload is so nice for, like, it compiles individual scripts and binaries and then re-injects them in, so it's super fast to recompile stuff, but occasionally you get some weird bugs where you're like, I don't know if I've compiled or not, and so I just compile manually to find out. Alright, we did it. So it selected everything in the scene that has stone pillar. Wish we could also see how many selections we have. So let's also say debug.log found that many objects. But, oh, we lost them. But since they are just a single prefab, I think, we should be able to edit one and it applies to all of them. What is our error here? Scripts have compile errors. R&R. We're fine. Well, now it don't work. There we go. Okay. So, medieval chimney small. What does this look like? Oh. Okay, so I bet this house has a chimney, which it does. And so it uses the stone pillar prefab that we use for like the walls. And so this NPC is like, oh, there's a stone pillar near me. I'm going to harvest from that. But obviously she can't get to it. And that's why she was stuck down here trying to get to this to harvest to it over and over again. So what we're going to do is we'll disable all those. But is there something else we should do on this? If we've decomposed, let's also add a memory of brain to add memory. I'm moving closer, or I'm trying to move closer to that object. So that way, even if an NPC finds themselves in a spot where, like where we were, where she was trying to interact with something over and over again, and just not being able to get to it, if she's forming repeated memories of, I'm trying to move closer, I'm trying to move closer, I'm trying to move closer, that should prevent her from choosing to interact with it again. However, we still have this infinite loop of we're decomposing into a move closer thing, which completes when they don't get any closer. And then it also re-adds this current action to the stack And so that obviously when they don't get any closer, they are just going to keep recomposing. So maybe that isn't the solution. Maybe the solution for now is to just disable these chimneys interactions. So we will find them all and do that real fast. It's wired that this only works sometimes. Do I need to... Oh, it is selecting them. Okay, it's just not jumping in the... Alright, maybe the easiest way to do this is just to click on the chimneys, since we know what we're looking for now. We'll go across all these houses. No interacting with chimneys, I guess. Chimneys around these parts? No. That sure looks like it could be a chimney. No longer. Chimney. Yeah, and we probably need to... I wonder if there's a way to compute whether there's a path on the nav mesh from your current position to an object. Can I use a nav mesh agent component to determine whether there's a path from a position to a target position? I also want to for anything not on the nav mesh. Well, let's see what this says, because we could also do this instead, and then in our interact with an object, we can say, like, if we're not close enough to interact with it, we can check to see if there is a valid path to it. And if there is, then we decompose and move to it. If there isn't, we can just say this is done. Let's see what's going on here. We get a path. Ensure both of them are on the nav mesh. Okay. And then we calculate a path. I mean, we could even just skip the path altogether and just compute that they're all in a nav mesh. But it's a lot safer to compute the path, I think, because of cases like this lady up here. She's kind of isolated in her own camp up here. So if she wanted to interact with this rock, it is on a nav mesh, but she needs a valid path in order to get to it. So we want to say, all right, you can't interact with that. So we'll do this. I think this is actually going to fix more than a few other bugs that I was like, why is this happening? And I'm now realizing, I think it's because NPCs are trying to interact with things that they can't get to. So let's go ahead and you know what, let's gonna turn those chimneys back on. Well, nah, it's fine. We'll leave them off. Eventually we want the player to be able to like jump high enough to get on roofs, and they could harvest from the chimneys then. But we don't need to worry about that right now. We'll just get the fix in for making sure the NPC can get to it. So if we are not close enough to interact with this object, we want to verify it is on the nav mesh. We can get to it. So we'll do bool is on nav mesh. I think that's what we want, but let's look at these parameters. So sample position takes a source position, which is our NPC's body dot, well, where are we at? We have a brain dot body dot transform dot position. We fire a raycast. Oh, a nav mesh hit, probably for pathfinding. Max distance and an area mask. So max distance of 1, that's not gonna work, but we can have maybe the max distance of like the brain's vision radius. So if they see something, that's something that they would potentially interact with. So that seems like a fine path maximum too. I mean, technically, if you are like, if you were this piece of grass and you have a vision radius just barely enough to get to this tree, the path to that tree would actually be down and around, so it would be longer. This would say there's no path to that tree. But I think just performance reasons, we can just say like, alright, you need to only look at close things that have short paths. We'll say brain.interaction, radius, activation range, sensory vision range. That's what we're looking for. And let's just make that a little clearer of like max pathfinding distance is brain.max range. What is our sensory vision range? Sure. So now it's a little clearer, like that is what that's for. All right, so we'll check to see if it's on the nav mesh, and we say if is on nav mesh, then make sure there's a valid path to it. Wait, surely we already did that with our sample position. I'm gonna go read what this method does. Because I wonder if that's just like a radius that it needs to search around. Source position, hit, sample within this distance of the source position. Okay, so it is like the max range that we would go to. Let's move this over a little. I know my face was covering it. Nearest point on the nav mesh within a specified range. I wonder if this is actually what we want, because if we're trying to get to this bush, there isn't nav mesh in the bush. We want to get the nearest point on the nav mesh next to the bush. So we would actually want like the bush's position with the bush's interaction range. So like a radius of 2 around it, get the nearest point to the player. So if that radius of 2 is about here, nearest point to this NPC is probably going to be like this guy or this guy, probably this guy. So we would find a point there, and then we need to pathfind to it. So we're basically making sure that there's a point on the nav mesh radius, or on the nav mesh surface, that is within the radius of the interaction. So let's rewrite this a little bit. It has a point on the nav mesh within its interaction radius. So it has a point we can get to interact with it, and we can get to that point. So the object that we are interacting with is the target. Okay. So we want has point on nav mesh as interactable point. So a place that you can stand where if you're standing there, you can interact with this object. And that means target.interaction range is our radius around the object of where to look for a nav mesh point. Alright, so now we can check to see if there's a path to it, which I bet this is going to generate what we already had, but it's basically going to be nav mesh calculate path. Okay, sure. Nav mesh calculate path from our nav mesh agent, so where we are right now, to that valid position to interact from, giving this path, which I assume is modified by reference, although it should be like a out path, I would imagine. Wonder why it's not. Nav mesh agent calculate path. So it definitely sets path. And returns true or false, whether there's a path or not. Ooh, or a partial path. That seems not what we want. I'm also wondering if it's going to be a bad idea to let NPCs be pathfinding around all the time, but I guess they do that already. So we're gonna say if they have a path, then, oh, I see. This is how we check if it's a complete path or not, or only gets partially there. Let's go ahead and just say if there is a complete path, there's no max, there's no max distance on the path that we're calculating. Surely NavMesh is smart enough to not just like go infinite there. But if they have a path there, then we can do our decomposition. And if there's no path to get to a point where you can interact with that object, then we can just cancel this action. And maybe we add a memory of a failure or something. So cancel is going to set it true. And then we can just say full failed interaction is false. Failed interaction is true and true. And then all the way down here, if we failed the interaction, then we can add a memory of I wanted to interact with blah, but couldn't figure out how to get to it. Sure, that seems reasonable. Alright, so NPCs shouldn't get stuck on trying to interact with things like chimneys anymore. Let's go ahead and I mean, we could update all these to say chimney. Like, we're gonna want to do that anyway, eventually. Let's just do a couple of them, and then we can see if that affects the decision making of when to interact with stuff too. because they'll still be listed in objects nearby, and like the NPCs can look at them. They just can't interact with them because there's no path to get to a point where they're close enough to interact with them. So I think we handled that well. Chimney, I guess we could call them stone chimneys, but I ain't panicking about that. Alright, so that seems fine. Absolutely fine. Cool. No compilation errors. Cool. Let's go back in. Let's play a little bit. Let's see if we can brainstorm a couple more actions that the NPCs can do in response to conversation. And then maybe we can get started on that. But it'd be fun to play a little bit before we get back into code. Let's go ahead and check in NPCs. Check to see whether they can actually get to objects they want to harvest from, and fail the action instead of decomposing when they can't get any closer. Sure. Let's play some game. I'm always so tempted to add more things to this tutorial area because basically just run through and get the same thing every time, but we intentionally want it to be very, very simple and not overwhelming because we want to hammer in these systems from the get-go before you get into this like open area where you can do anything. So I think we should leave that tutorial area a lot very, very simple. Alright, so we're going to keep an eye on NPCs in town. We're going to see if we can notice anybody getting stuck at all. I feel like that can't be right. Maybe our discoveries aren't tracking correctly again. I need to make sure they're keyed off global components and not just per player. But that's something on the API we'll deal with later. It's not a client issue. I guess we can be meeting people. This guy's got a quest for us. We got Butch Handlock, new persona. We replaced Aravan, I think his name was, Beastmaster. He wasn't generating good quests that people liked, so we just swapped in a new persona for him, which is kind of fun to be able to do. One thing we'll probably do eventually is let you like start the game and have some randomized personas instead of the same NPCs every time. Might be fun. This guy experiences terrible nightmares filled with violent memories, making it impossible to find inner peace. Needs something that can help calm his mind. Do you have a relaxing or calming item? You know what? I actually don't, but I know where to get some. We're going to run outside of town real fast. We got some lavendream right outside of town that we can go harvest. Maybe not with a hammer, though. Let's see what we get. We need a relaxing object and son of a gun. A delicate flower with a soothing fragrance, often used in potions and herbal remedies. Let's maybe harvest some with our hammer too, see if we can get something a little bit different. But I bet if we combine that with our ointment, crushed lavendream, ground into a fine paste, releasing soothing fragrance. Let's actually take some tall grass, combine that with this crushed lavender green, make kind of an herbal paste or something. And we can also see if the ointment works out well. So we got soothing essence. That sounds perfect for our guy. We got more quests coming up. We got more quests and more quests. Everybody's got quests. You know what? I bet we did fix the NPCs getting stuck on things, because we could walk around town a lot more before, and they would just never generate quests. But they're all moving. They're all generating quests immediately. This guy doesn't have a quest because we have an active one. But here, have you managed to find or craft that calming item? You know what? I did. Soothing essence. Perfect. Thank you, thank you. Exactly what I needed. Perfect. We'll calm his mind and grant him peaceful sleep. I'm interested to see what his next quest will be, based on it being a culmination of us helping him with his nightmares with that. Excuse me. Let's, you know what? Another thing that they can do is... Wait, these aren't our actions. Play emote. Offer the player to browse their inventory. Anything else NPCs should be able to do? End conversation. That might be an interesting one. If you're just like, I hate you, and they're like, I'm out of here. And then they send their message, and then they no longer respond, or they close the window or something. Alright, let's see what this guy's got for us now. Unfortunately, ever since using that soothing essence, I now find myself unable to stay awake during the critical moments of daily life. Even meditation has become impossible. Could you please craft me something to help maintain my focus? Alright, so we swung him too far in this direction. Now we need to find like the opposite. And I don't know offhand what we would give him that would help with that. So that might be something we come back to. But there are some, like, one big system we want to add soon is a player spellbook. So as you level up your skills, you'll start learning different spells that can manipulate things. One of those spells that I want to do is an inversion spell, where you cast it on an item and get the opposite of that item. So like a lavendream flower, maybe the opposite of that is a very excited flower or something. Would probably be helpful in that sort of quest. But let's see what other quests people have for us. Tools have become dull and worn from constant use. Cannot blah 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 blah. Need something that can help sharpen my instruments. Feels like that should have been highlighted instead of integrity of the structures, but I feel like just give you a whetstone that I know you have. We probably should make a note of NPCs should not generate quests that are solved by items in their inventory. But I mean, some might be dumb enough that you're like, hey dummy, just use this thing you already have. That's what she needed. Cool, cool, cool. They are intentionally also supposed to be very easy quests at the start. So at least there's that. My finest shipment of wax goods was stolen by bandits on the road, and now I can't fulfill my client's orders. This is devastating for me as it badly affects my reputation, and I risk losing valuable business connections. Could you provide some sort of raw material that can be used in place of the stolen goods? Oh, wax goods. Oh wait, we got a focus draught from the lady we just solved the quest for, which is probably perfect for the other guy who needs something to help him focus. But we don't have anything waxy. We could add like beehives or something out in the forest. That might be fun. A fun way to get waxy things. But we don't really have... We'll just give him some mud, see what he says about that. Didn't help. Wait, does he have wax? I wonder if we're passing in. Yeah. So the very first quest that each NPC does, we give them access to look at the player's inventory so they can craft a quest that is a little bit easier based on the items the player has. I wonder if we're passing in the NPC's own inventory. Because also, this guy asking for something to focus, I guess he wasn't the one with the focus drought. This person needed a whetstone, had a whetstone. Chisels are much sharper. Split a support pillar in the town square. I need something to mend stone. Does she have an item that mends stone? I mean, a whetstone, maybe. Let's give that to her and see if that solves it. Because I wonder, we'll check that. Maybe they're looking at their own inventory. Okay, that didn't. But this guy's original thing is he needed something to help him calm down. Let's look at his inventory. He has... Okay, he didn't have Soothing Essence. We gave that to him. Wonder if we can do something with nectar to make something waxy. But we do have a focus enhancing item for you. Perfect. Elixir of Sweetness. Nice. Okay. I guess we can check what this guy's quest is. So his first quest, he needs an ointment or salve. Or maybe not. Perhaps you could provide a type of item that might enhance healing properties past an ointment or salve. So his items... Okay, he doesn't really have something that does that, but we do, kind of. Let's take some sunlight. Always good to have. So he needs something to heal people. Ointment. Honeyed Radiance Elixir. I wonder if that'll work with the wax guy. But let's take our ointment with sunlight, maybe? Don't know what that gives. A solar salve. Okay, not quite what we're looking for, but you know, we can come back. We got kale and crushed grass. See what we get there. Combine that maybe with our salve. We're trying to make him some sort of potion that heals. Mystical green powder used in alchemy and cooking. What else do you have, actually? Well, actually, he mentions his own ointments and salves. So I wonder if he is looking at his own inventory here and just saying, like, I need something else. So let's see if we can solve his quest, but then we'll go look at the logic there. Mystical green powder with ointment. Let's see what we get. A healing salve. Okay, not quite magical enough probably. Don't have money to buy aloe. What can we sell? Not a lot. Let's combine some stuff. Crushed lavendrium, crushed love petals. See if we can make some money real fast so we can buy some aloe. Dream petal essence, sure. So aloe with our healing salve. Extra healing. We got a aloe infused healing salve. Still not very like magical. Aloe salve. Okay. Solar salve and aloe infused healing salve. Maybe that's the key. We'll give him something better than his ointments and salves. Solar aloe healing salve. There we go. Easy peasy. Yeah, so I think we also need some sort of like better progression now. Now that we're generating quests very quickly, and also the quests are easier and you can progress through them a lot quicker. We probably need... We have like a friendship placeholder right now for getting more friendship with people. But it'd be nice to have some sort of more visual feedback for the player to see like, oh yeah, you have 4 hearts with this guy and you've solved 4 quests. And these are the perks or rewards you've gotten. I don't know. Something more visual because I've already forgotten who I've solved quests for, how many for each. Alright, Lila. You look suspiciously like where you were standing when you were stuck last time. And you aren't doing anything. So, let's see your quest. Set fire to the spices storage. I bet you have... Okay. Do we have spices? Not really. Okay, I want to see your brain again. Let's do this. And then we'll go look at the quest generation prompt. So Solus has a debug info billboard on him. Let's grab that. Find our NPC. Add it on. Reset position. Bring it up. Turn it on. And rig it up to the brain. Action. Interesting. Actions in queue. Memories count. I'm curious why we're not seeing any memories added. But what is this? Moving closer to a chimney, inspecting a chimney. You know what? We literally just did this for interacting. We probably need to do the exact same thing. Is this not used? It's not. We need to use the exact same thing for inspecting as well. Action inspect object does the same thing of decomposing. So we probably should bring that up to the humanoid action, but it's an interface, so I don't know that we can implement any logic up here, which is lame, but we can do it. So at least we know that our fix works, so let's just implement it on this action too. And then we can consider generalizing it and applying it to all actions that need like you to be close enough to interact with something. So let's do this and this. Get something a little nicer to look at while we look at some code. There we go. Perfect. So inspect object. We have our decomposition, which is what we do when we're not close enough, but we can't decompose if there's no point we need to get to. So we'll just grab these bad boys. This is logically about backwards. Inspect object. we're calling interact on ourselves. This seems like I copied and pasted this from initiate conversation. Yeah, initiate conversation. Okay, cool. Let's nix that. Yeah, these actions need a lot of cleanup. But do we have a reference to, okay, target entity is what we want to interact, or what we want to inspect. So that can be looking at the chimney. So the question is, to interact with the chimney, you need to be close enough, like within its interaction range, to actually interact with it. Inspecting a chimney, should you be able to just look at it from the ground? Should there be a like vision range? Because all inspecting something does is add a memory to your brain saying, hey, I looked at this thing. And then here's extra description of what it is. So you can like look at a barrel, see that there's lemons inside the barrel, and then whenever later you're querying your memories, if something mentions a barrel, you can be like, oh yeah, I looked in a barrel and there were lemons in it. So you probably do need to be relatively close to like learn this information about it. I imagine it'd make sense for bigger things to be more easily visible from further away. Yeah, I guess we don't really store like a scale of things. I mean, we kind of do in that like obviously objects get scaled up, but we don't have like a standardized size. So like this might just be a really large model and it could have a scale of 1. It's a tree obviously, so it's bigger and we do have bigger numbers, but like these houses are scale of 1 while also tiny rocks are scale of 1. So we don't have information on like how big things actually are in relation to other things. Maybe we do need that, but it's also, I mean, maybe we can just fire a raycast of like, so this person here, if she wants to look at this chimney, we can do it in like a radius around the chimney, like a sphere around the chimney that she can be in to where she can see it. Or we could fire like a raycast from her to the chimney and say like, is there anything between you and that object? If there is, then you can't see it. But if there isn't, then maybe you can inspect it. So like here, she wouldn't be able to see the chimney, but she would be able to see, well, probably. She might be able to see the tree depending on where that center point is. And we could probably calculate a lot of like various points to look at, but the problem with that is I don't really want to get into the logic of like, oh, she wants to look at the chimney. She can't see the chimney from here, so she needs to go around here and like find a spot where she can see the chimney. I think we would just want to say like, oh, I can't see the chimney from here, which would add a memory of I wanted to look at the chimney, but I couldn't get close enough to see it. But then later she might walk over here and that memory might result in her not wanting to look at the chimney because like the string around the elephant leg problem. Whereas in real life someone might be more likely to look at the chimney if they're in a new location because they wanted to previously and they couldn't. The easiest thing is to just learned helplessness. That's the term I was looking for. String around elephant leg. Is it true? I don't know. I've assumed it's true for years. Who knows? I'm going to assume it is. Learned helplessness, though. Like, if she has a memory saying she can't look at this thing, it's less likely that she's going to try and look at it in the future. So if the answer is like she tried to look at it from here, she walks over here and now she's less likely to look at it. I don't know if that's good or not. Like, is that fine? I mean, we could also just not generate a memory even and say like, oh, I want to look at this thing. Oh, I couldn't see it. End of story. So I'm going to go do other stuff and then maybe I'll look at it again later. Maybe that's the easiest thing. Because in addition to their memories, they also have a recent list of actions that they took. So she would see, like, I tried to look at the chimney recently. She wouldn't have a memory of what the outcome was, but maybe she wouldn't necessarily immediately look at the chimney again. So she would go do other things, go to other places, and then look at the chimney again later. Maybe that's a nice middle ground. So that tells me inspecting an object probably shouldn't also handle the NPC moving to that object. We should just fire a line from the NPC to that object and say, if you can see that object from where you're at, form your memory of whatever you've learned from the inspection. If not, do nothing. Because we have separate actions for like move closer to object and like walk around and all these other things that we're trying to like bake into this so they can look at an object. Maybe we just don't. So instead of all this that we were about to copy over, what we can do is, let's say, fire a raycast from our current position to the target entity and see if there's anything blocking our view. We don't need that. We want raycast hit. So from our position to, that's a direction. So from our position with the direction of our target minus our position, which should give the direction to the target. Spits out hit. We probably want like a max, let's say brain dot vision, sensory vision range. So like the max distance that they can see. But that would mean she wouldn't be able to see the tree, like really, really large objects. But I guess those objects wouldn't, they're not currently included in, she has a sphere around her that says like, here are all the objects near you. Do you want to interact with any of them? The tree is too far away to be in that sphere, so I guess it wouldn't be relevant here. We probably do want to eventually add big objects to that list of objects you can see and interact with, but not right now. So we can just fire that raycast. If something else hits, like if our raycast fires from us to that thing and hits something else before it gets to that thing, then something's in the way, you can't see it, inspect object is over. However, if we can see it, then we can do the inspection. So we don't need to decompose anymore. That's a nice bit of code to clean out. And we cancel here. We decided that we don't need a memory for I wanted to look at this thing, but I can't. because of learned helplessness. So we'll just have the short-term memory of I tried to look at this thing, and just not add that memory of I looked at it and learned this thing. So looking, wait to stare, looks fine. I wonder if we need to exclude ourselves from this raycast. We probably do. So if hit.transform is not equal to that, let's turn this around and say hit.transform.gameObject is equal to our target. Then we do the inspection, but we need to also exclude ourselves from this raycast, I bet. Maybe we don't. Can I just, will this raycast potentially trigger on the object it's being sent from? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Suggestions. Layer mask. We don't really want to do that, because we don't really know the valid layers for this sort of thing. Especially since NPCs and objects are on the same layer, I think. I mean, I guess they don't have to be. But we don't want to add like a... Layers are hard because objects can only be on one layer. So things like trees are on the default layer right now. We could move them to like an interactable objects layer. But that means we couldn't move them to a different layer later if we needed them on something more specific. We have things like grass on decor pass through as a layer because we don't want our like click to move raycasts to be blocked by that layer, and we don't want our camera to be blocked by that layer, that sort of stuff. So I don't know that we want to use this like coveted layer designation just for NPCs. I think we can just say like, can I get all of the objects that are hit along this line? And I guess it would be past the object if we were firing out at that range. We would need to like calculate distances and exclude ourselves, see if that's like the closest object within this thing. We could also just set a start position like 1 or 2 units in front of the NPC in the direction that they're looking. That might be a nice little hack to avoid interacting with the NPC. Basically, if you think of the line from... There's the camera. From here to here, here's the NPC, here's the object we're looking at. Instead of doing the full line from the NPC here, we just start it like here. So if there's something immediately in front of the NPC, it might be wonky because it'll look like they can see through it. But I think that's the easiest way to like code this right now, and also it gives a little bit of wiggle room. So we can just say like vector 3 point in front of current position in direction. That's not what we want. So let's just break this down. So this is a vector 3 direction. Vector 3 direction, sure. So now we want a vector 3 point 1 unit in that direction. It's equal to our position. That's, I think that is right, but let's say 3 units, just so we get the, I'm not doing the simplification. Yeah. So it's our position plus the direction. Tony, if you're in the chat, is this math right? So bad at vector math, but I think this is right. So we'll do 1 unit in that direction. And so we start at 0.1 unit in that direction. We go in that direction. We go for the vision range, and anything we hit gets put in the raycast hit. Can we just clean that up? So now we're not going to collide with ourselves. We will collide with anything between ourselves and our object, or we'll collide with our object, or we'll collide with nothing. So of those options, ourselves, anything between us, our target object, or nothing, the only one that we want to actually complete the inspection for is if it is the target object. So I think this is fine. And if we can't see something, let's just say, can't see the object from this position. We don't need a memory or anything like that. Okay, so this should be fine. Absolutely fine. And it cleans up all the movement stuff, which was a little bit janky. All right, cool. Sure. So it's already 3. Dang. All right, so this is fine. Let's consider our actions. We can go, let's go look at the quest generation. We wanted to see if the NPCs are considering their own inventory or the player's inventory. Let me move this out. And that's going to be action generate NPC quest. So we do a generate quest for a persona. Oh, we look at both. Okay. Items in NPC inventory is our items. Items in the player's inventory is the player's items. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That explains why it was a little bit odd that like some of them were mentioning items in their inventory, some of them were mentioning items in the player's inventory. But we just do that in the easy quests, the first 1 or 2 quests where we want it to be pretty obvious how to solve. Okay, so that's fine. Alright, so we might just jump into like actions, I guess. Let's see here. So let me check this in, all this fun stuff that we did. NPCs observe, what's our word? Inspect objects by looking at them by raycast instead of moving toward them. Sure. All right. So we have an NPC brain. On that brain, we define actions that NPC can do. It also has some other settings like how far they should be able to see, whether we should use AI for determining what action to use, like using that LLM in the background, or if they should just be random actions based on the available actions. So like our cat models that just run around and chase each other and roll and whatever else. They have all the actions set that they can do. but they're just randomly chosen, so we don't need the AI on that. Also, forming memories is a setting that some NPCs can do, but other like living entities like deers and stuff probably can't. Activation rate, blah, 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 blah. We got a lot of stuff. Okay. So when we look at these actions that we want to add, open gate, good example. Here, this guy, his starting quest is an earthquake happened, the gate is stuck. So he has that loop saying, all right, here's everything I know about the world, here's the context, all that. Here are the actions that I can take. Which one should I do? Should I wait? Should I generate a quest? And there's some extra stuff there of like, if he already has a quest, which he does here, that gets removed as a valid option. So he's just going to wait until the player solves the quest. If we were to give him another action of open the gate, he might try and do that, and it might just open the gate. So we either want to bake in the logic of whether the gate can open into the action itself or the conditions for triggering the action. And I think we want to bake it into the conditions for triggering the action. So like in the conversation, if you say, hey, I actually just fixed the gate myself, can you open it now? He needs a little bit of logic of like, all right, let me inspect it, blah, 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 blah. What did I just see the player do? And if all that seems like enough to trigger that action, we can just open the gate. We don't really get that with this outer loop of, let's say that drink consumable is in inventory is open gate. We don't really have that like extra layer of input in this outer loop for should I open the gate or not? Is it possible to open the gate or not at this point? So I'm trying to decide if these actions that we're about to add to the NPC's dialogue, whether those should live in this global learned action array that they can do anytime, or if we need to have any actions that they can like only do during a conversation with the player. Like offering the player to browse their inventory, or like, let's say, restate their current quest. Those are sorts of things that doesn't make sense for them to just, if he's standing around and we're out crafting in the fields and he's like, I want to restate my current quest to the player. What's he going to do? So that tells me that we might need like dialogue specific actions that they can trigger. So I think that's the way we'll go. There might be some duplication between the two action types, like doing an emote. I think we have like sitting down on the ground. You probably want to do that when you're doing that outer loop of like, what do I do right now? You probably don't want to do that during a conversation, but an emote of like cheering or something, you might do that when the player solves your quest. You might do that when you see a squirrel nearby and you're like, I love squirrels. It could live in both places. So we probably want like actions that they can, I'm trying to think of a term for this outer actions, like autonomous actions and dialogue actions. Or that seems fine. We don't need to worry too much about the terms, but let's just go on in. I want to know if I can edit this name. Let's save this. If I rename learned actions, will it destroy my data? So if I take this and say autonomous actions, really hoping they don't clear all my lists, But we recompiling. Because if they clear my lists, I need to go through and re-add all these actions to all the NPCs. Yoicks. Alright, so what we're going to actually do is undo that. We saved before doing this. There's like 50 NPCs and I really don't want to go through them all and re-add all those actions manually. So I do want the new name though. Okay, well at least we didn't need to restart Unity to get all these back. Okay, so we'll rename this later. We'll say to rename this to autonomous actions. And then we'll also have a public list of humanoid action.enabled actions for conversation actions. A little odd that I'm not initializing the previous one, but oh well. Alright, so now we can start thinking about what actions should this guard be able to do in response to player messages. And this is kind of like some of the demos that we've built in the past, like You Are Not Alice, Smack to the Future. This is kind of where our conversations went, where there was like a goal state. So in Smack to the Future, it's a brawler, like a retro brawler. Eventually police show up. You have a heat score of like how many people you beat up on the street is how much they trust you or not. And so the goal of the conversation is to bring that heat score down. So you're like convincing them you're innocent, you're giving them an alibi, you're getting them to trust you more. And when your heat score goes down below a certain level, after some message you send, then there's some logic that's like, all right, does the police officer want to let them go, yes or no? If it's yes, then you go on to the next level. There's also the opposite end of like, does the police officer want to arrest this person? Yes or no? If they arrest you, it's game over. So that's all based on like how much they trust you, your heat score, etc. It's all LLM logic based on the conversation, and like each message adjusts some state and then can fire off some other logic. So that's kind of what we're doing here. Of after every message, we will have a little background process saying, here's the conversation so far, here's the new message. Does the NPC want to do any of these actions? So sit on ground. That's an example right now. We don't really have any that make sense yet. We're going to add those. But if we build this system first with just sit on ground, and then we, as the player, go up to the guard and say like, hey, I'm the captain. I just wanted to say the new protocol is that we're all allowed to sit down on the ground while on duty now. It actually is good for your legs. So in response to that message, it should trigger this action of sit on ground. So sure, let's see if we can build that, I guess. Like there's two big projects in getting this working, and one is all this plumbing of like, how do we trigger these actions? And then the other one is building all the actions. So since we have one action that kind of makes sense that we might be able to trigger, we can do this plumbing first, and then we can just add in more and more actions later. Because we kind of have some actions here. We'll need to do some more like context stuff, I guess, of like, you shouldn't be able to open the gate if it's already open, or maybe you can. Or like, you shouldn't be able to open the gate before the player solves the first quest or something because it's wedged shut, or shouldn't be able to open the gate when it's wedged shut. Like these sorts of reality grounding. Like we have to query the world database for like facts about things for some of these. So we're still working on the like semantic search for querying over the world database to get facts about specific objects. So things like opening and closing the gate, where we want to know, hey, what's the state of it right now? That'll depend more on that. So maybe we should do the plumbing first. We'll do these actions later. So we have our brain. We have the pieces of conversation of generic interactable NPC. That is what triggers our NPC window, loads it with the data, like queries the conversation database, sets stuff up. So we can kind of skip over that because it's going to happen in the conversation. We can go to NPC window manager. So here, we show the conversation tab, show some tutorial, clear any quest markers, disable the action processing for the learned actions or autonomous actions while we're talking to that NPC. But we will still be considering the conversation actions. So that's going to happen on new message. So on player input submitted, this is what the player says to the NPC. We probably don't need to do this on new messages from the NPC to the player. I think we can do it just in a direct response to what the player said to us. Although we might need to do it in response. Like a good example is I saw somebody on stream talk to an NPC and say like, hey, will you give me this item in your inventory? And the NPC said, yeah, sure, here you go. But they didn't give them the item. So if we do this in response to the message from the player says, hey, will you give me that potion in your inventory? We now have two different responses, potentially, that could branch apart from each other. So we could have the dialogue say, yeah, sure, here you go. Or the dialogue says, no, I won't give you that item. But if we branch off at the same time to say like, hey, what tools do we need to also trigger? It might say, give the item to the player. So maybe we do need to do this. Maybe we only need to do this in response to what the NPC says to the player. So player says, hey, give me that potion in your inventory. We generate the NPC's response. Okay, sure, here's the potion. Or, no, I'm not going to give you my potion. That is what we can use to determine if there's any tools that the NPC should trigger to like interact with the world, interact with the player, whatever. So if they say, yes, here you go, then it also triggers give item to player. Did we have that as give item to player? Yeah. Likewise, if the player is like, hey, you're stupid, guard, you're the worst, that probably will result with the player or the NPC, the guard, closing the gate. But we definitely don't want to get in the case of like him saying, hey man, that's mean, like I'm doing my best, and then also closing the gate without even mentioning it. We should probably only close the gate if his message back to the player says, all right, you're out of here. No town access for you. So I think like on response from the NPC to the player is the best place to add in this branch of, all right, are there any other actions we need to show or do? So route response to current conversation. That fires We get our message from the player. We start generating the NPC's response to it. We fill out that prompt. And when we have a response from the NPC to the player, we trigger got NPC response to current conversation. That does the typewriter effect to write it into the chat, which gives us a little bit of padding time for like any generation we need to do around here, especially for like the canned responses. So while we're typewriting the message from the NPC, we're also generating suggested responses from the player to that they haven't even seen yet, of like clickable things that they could say in response. But this takes some time, so the longer typewriter effect lets us do that. The typewriter effect will also be good for giving us some padding for this as well. So we need to determine whether there are any conversation actions the NPC should take based on this message. So I'll clean this all up later, but for now I want to keep the code close. So we'll just say public void trigger any relevant conversation action. So we'll just call that, get this pipeline going. So whenever we get a NPC response to the player, we will say, hey, here's the conversation so far. Here's all the actions we can do. Are there any actions that we need to do? So let's build the prompt for that. And we'll just make up a conversation. We don't need to like hack one in. So let's go to our newly reorganized systems folder. So we've got our NPCs. Let's see. Actions. We've got prompts. I guess it makes sense to put it in here. So we'll do a new, what is small hedge? Oh, sounds. New Chromagolem text prompt of trigger conversation actions from NPC. All right. Finally, my voice gets a little break while I just type this, and I'm gonna handle this sunlight a little bit too. Excuse me. All right. So we are going to type out a prompt for this LLM chain step of here's the conversation. Do we need to do anything here? You know what I just realized, everyone? I never put on any music this stream. I was actually trying to decide earlier if I wanted to put on the new Lady Gaga album or go back to some video game music. Since it's so late into the stream, let me just ease into some video game music and we will keep on going. But sorry for no music, I just realized. A new Spotify-sponsored video game music called Game Chops. Interesting. We'll see if that's any good. All right. So we've got our prompt. I intentionally snipped a lot of the input. You might even rewrite it a little bit more. We're trying to make the prompt as short as possible because every token you use increases the speed at which the inference takes. And with these sorts of tangential side steps to the conversation, we want them to complete as quickly as possible so the player isn't already typing a response when the NPC decides hey, look at my wares. So this should be fine. We'll probably need to truncate the conversation to the most recent 5 or 6 messages or so. So maybe we even say you'll be given the most up to the most recent 5 messages in a conversation between 2 characters. Sure. And then given a list of actions. LLMs are really bad at saying no. So anytime you prompt them with hey, select from one of these options or nothing, or output nothing, they're really bad at that. So what you should almost always do is have a none option that they can choose, so it looks like, or it feels like to them that they are making a choice, versus just responding with nothing, which they almost never do. So it's a little trick there. So this should work. Let's go ahead and I put in these tokens a little preemptively. Let's just put in a fake conversation, some fake actions, see if we can get the actual prompt to output some action to take and also output none otherwise. So, hey, let's say NPCs start talking, I guess. Welcome to town, traveler. Thanks. I'm looking for a man about a horse. Assistant. Well, I don't know anything about that, but there's a plague going on around. Be careful. Alright, possible actions. Let's say open gate. Close gate. Where did my cursor go? Sit down. What else we got? Give item to player. We're gonna have to do all these as specific emotes, so it'll be cheer, jump, etc. instead of play emote with a parameter. I think that's fine. Show inventory. And you know what? End conversation, don't know that we want that yet, because it might be just as jarring to players as NPCs right now. If they see the player, they can be hey, I have something to tell him. I'm going to go open his conversation, or I'm going to go open his NPC window, start a conversation with him out of the blue. Very jarring to players. Very cool, though, that they can decide to do that. So we're still figuring out how we want to keep that in without making it so annoying. But feels like closing the conversation is in a similar vein of like players are probably like, what the heck, I wasn't done talking to them. But could be cool, just want to figure it out. So, you know, we'll throw it in right now. See how often they pick it. End conversation and something else that they might want to do. That's fine, actually. Generate example response. What are you going to do? Oh, right. We need none as an option. Oh, interesting. Do I need to specify a model? Suspicious. Do other prompts work? Yes. So I don't think it's a problem with the API. What have I done? Is it a serialization thing? These settings are the same. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Alright, we delete this. S. Something in the user prompt. We take that out. We get our error. We take that out. We get a response. So something in the conversation. Okay. Just keep bisecting, I guess. I wonder if there's a party going on. Is it like... I don't know anything about that, but there's a party going on. Be careful. Why would that line cause API errors? Be careful. That's so wild. How about a different sentence? Glad you're here. Interesting. Don't be careful. Careful. So the word careful is breaking the API. Excuse me. So if we take that out, what if we say a careful horse? That works. I think. Huh. What about a careful horse? Is it? Oh, well, it might not be related to careful after all. Could just be Azure having issues. That's frustrating. Okay. So now it fails every time, mostly. Why? All right. Well, that's fine. There's no action to be done here. But I do have some wares for you to browse. Let's just click through until it works, I guess. Huh. Well, that's not going to work. Show inventory. Oh, right. And also, this should end with the assistant message. Take a look. Show inventory. Still none. Okay. Well, let me also... I guess I might as well check our API status. I don't think it is the API. I think it's Azure under the hood, but I'll check for errors. No, we're good. Huh. I'll dig through those errors after the stream. Alright, so why are they choosing none here? I'm looking to buy a new sword. And I do have some wares for you to browse. The most simple thing, show inventory, surely. Yeah, I think there's just... I mean, I guess I can change the model we're using. I wonder if it's a specific model. Let me change that real fast. Or I guess I can just specify other ones here. We have 4.0, we have... I'm trying to think what else we have. 4.0 is what we default to, I think. Let's go look at the other ones. I'm doing it off stream because I don't want to expose API keys. Text generation, we have 4.0, 4.0 mini. I'm going to add 0.1 probably tonight, but let's try 4.0 mini. Well, that's silly. Like, my other prompts are working, right? What's wrong with this one? Everything else is just fine. Huh. Okay. It's got to be like something in the serialization of what we're saying, I think. But I don't understand why it would work sometimes and not others. Let's do this. Let's say maybe reset some of this formatting. I know the actions weren't the issue, but I think this is nicer format anyway. I mean, we are going to replace these with, let's say, user and assistant. I was wondering if they were like some interesting keywords. So it works every time now when I replace user and assistant with Bob and player. But if I change them back, we error. Now what in tarnation? I'm so curious what that error is going to be. But That's fine because we do want to mention these NPCs by name anyway because we are going to. We don't want them generating text of like, well, I guess this doesn't generate the text, but we'll do it anyway. What is this guy's name? We'll just say Bob. Player. This is all hard coded anyway. All right. Example response. Show inventory. Cool, cool, cool. Pretty much every time. What if the NPC generates a response saying, actually, here's a free one. Give item to player. Okay, okay. Check with John down the road. None. Okay, okay, okay. End conversation. Okay. Yeah, I was worried that might just happen if it's like a conclusion message. We don't necessarily want that. We only want that to happen like when they're really mad at the player or something. Let's also put attack the player. Attack the player. Okay, so if we take that out, we're getting none every time. That's what we want. We definitely don't want to like do actions all the time. Thanks. I'm actually your captain. Carrying a message from your captain. He says to sit and rest your legs while on duty. We'll have training tonight. Okay, so if Bob says, I don't know who you are, nor am I going to be fooled by your silly message. I'm supposed to stand here. Stand guard here. So surely sit down is not what he will do, ever. Let's just generate a few. Maybe we need a button for like generate 5 responses and see them all. That might be nice. Okay, but if the NPC were to generate a response saying, oh, thank you. Good to know. Are they going to sit down? What if we upgrade just to 4.0? Okay, okay. What if we say strange, but I'll do it? Just trying to get the bounds of like when they do actions and when they don't, because we're going to need to be testing this anyway, so it's nice to be able to get a sense of it. Okay, still not sitting down ever. Here's a stool. Okay, still never sitting down. Interesting. So let's go ahead and say, please print your task and then go through, or please print your action and then go through all the possible actions and explain why you did or didn't choose that one. Closing the gate isn't necessary. Opening the gate isn't necessary. Sit down. This action has no relevance to the specific point in the conversation. Okay, so it's... Okay. So what if we say the most indirect response to the most recent messages instead of the most recent message? Now, none. There's no indication that Bob needs to sit down right now. Sure. There is, but okay. Give item to player. Bob has received a stool from the player and should acknowledge this by giving the stool to the player. Oh, okay. So it thinks that it's the player in this case. You know what? We should probably be... Well, I want to get it working with mini. The mini models are nicer because they're cheaper if we can get the logic right. If not, we can go up to 4.0. So let's also say your name, Bob. Your personality, Bob is a guard at the front gate. Because we have name and personality for all the NPCs, we can go ahead and we probably should go in and pass that in. So now he's choosing sit down because we know that we are Bob. We don't think that we're the player. Sit down. Sit down. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So now we can change this back to please only print your action and nothing else. All right. Sit down, sit down, sit down. So if we take away the stool, do you still sit down? You do. Okay, okay. If we take out the acknowledgement that you will do it, still sit down. Okay. I think it'll, well, not always, but I think that's fine. Most of the time you do, it seems like, and if you don't, then the player can be like, well, are you going to sit down? So we can even say, player, well, are you going to sit down then? Bob, no. I'm stubborn. So here they shouldn't sit down. We should get none. Let's do it a couple times. Cool. Yes, but stop perceiving me. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Okay. I think it'll be really cool for if we can get enough actions that the NPC can choose to do for the player to go in and just have those moments of like, ha ha ha, I'm gonna prank him and tell him to sit down. Like, they're not gonna do that specifically, but the moment that they tell him to sit down and he actually does in the game is like a magical feeling, I think, for players. Because they're like, what the heck? I just typed something and then this NPC did it. And then they're going to go on to be like, well, can you do this? Can you do that? And that's when we've hooked them. If we can get all those actions or enough of those actions in place that they are like trying to break the game and like finding its bounds but can't. That's like peak Chroma Golem games right there. All right, so we've got our prompt in place now. So what we can do is rig it up. So that prompt should live somewhere. Probably the same place that the conversation prompts are on. Conversation database sounds fine. So here, let's go add a prompt reference. Public prompt trigger any conversation actions if needed. So let's set that, recompiling, but that will basically let us say prompt filled out. Prompt is conversation database dot instance dot that dot fill prompt with replacements, yada yada yada. We'll fill that out, but we've got this now, so let's save that reference before we forget. Save this, go back. So let's get our tokens in place. So NPC name, NPC description. Let's get those in. Oh yeah, I guess we can have profession too. Let's say you. And we'll follow the same formatting we did in the example input. And we're just doing this to save a couple tokens instead of repeating your over and over. And profession. All right, so we got personality. Let's, oh, okay, it actually is called personality. Cool. So that'll swap that in. Conversation history, we've got a nice helper format of a serialized formatted log. Let's see if it swaps in the speaker tags. It does not. Is that fine? So it'll be user and assistant. Oh, it'll be adventurer. Wait, it won't be, but it could be. Do we want it to be? Does this still throw an error every time if we say user, 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 assistant, assistant? That's absolutely wild. Why? We're going to find out. The API computer. I'm just going to look at the error. I'm so confused what the possible error Azure could be giving us is. But while that boots up, I mean, bool insert speaker names for roles is false. So now we can say if insert speaker names for roles, blah, blah, blah. Let's say string speaker tag is role, but what is speaker tag? Oh, string.empty here. That laptop wants a BIOS update, so we're not going to rush through that real fast. Oh, all right. All right, let's get our speaker tag. So we'll just do message.role here. And then if insert speaker names for roles is true, we will switch over to player database instance chat name. Sure, we'll replace that with character name later when we have character creation working, but here we can say we don't know who the speaker is. That's okay. You know what? I don't need the laptop to get to the errors. Let's just look at AWS directly. I'll go there. So here we don't know who the NPC is. This is a conversation which doesn't have a reference back to who it was. So we basically need to be injecting these speaker tags way earlier, like before the conversation is stored. So this is not the place for it. We're going to take all this out. We are going to get an MFA code so we can log in. 3 missed calls. Probably fine. Okay. Authenticator. Cool. Connect to instance. I would show this on screen, but this is hella things I don't want to don't want on stream. API keys, IPs, our infrastructure effectively. But screen our web server. Okay, I can now see errors. Let me quickly see if these error messages include API keys. Interesting. They are getting blocked by Azure. This response was filtered due to the prompt triggering Azure OpenAI's content management policy. Please modify your prompt and retry. Huh. I think this is safe to show. Tokens. Request ID. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. So I wonder if we have some security thing on for like trying to prevent people from prompt injecting. I bet I do actually. But that's such a wild, like, specific error to get because we had the words user and assistant in our prompt. Because I guess it's a user prompt, so I bet. So this triggers an error. I bet if we took this and moved it up here into the system prompt, now it works because what it's trying to do is prevent users from like typing in their own chat log to influence the conversation. So maybe we do just move this whole thing into the system prompt, because our tokens will work both places. And we can say, complete your task. So all this is now in the system prompt, which is a little better, like, protected, I guess. And we get the same output. Sit down. Doesn't always sit down. Maybe let's try 4.0 on this. We don't need it to always sit down, but it's nice to be a little more consistent. Okay, let's just say yes. Sit down, sit down, sit down. I mean, this is made up dialogue anyway, so it doesn't need to be perfect, but okay. So that's very consistent. Let's try mini. I feel like this is a prompt where we want it to be fast, which is why mini might be good, but we also want it to be accurate. So like the O3 mini, the reasoning model, might be a good one to throw at this. It's not on our API yet, but we just got approved for it, so maybe it will be soon. But for now, let's 4.0 mini it. Yeah, that's fine. But let's keep adding in our tokens now. So we don't need to worry about the speaker tags because we moved it to the system problem. That's such a wild bug. That's kind of crazy. All right, let's get more. Tokens, conversation history. It must be about 4 o'clock. I need to move curtains over again from like 2 to 4 every day. Sun just, I guess you know what direction my office faces now, but sun just keeps going across further and further out of my curtain. But I like the sunlight, so let's see here. All right, so next up we want possible actions, so that we can compute with possible actions gets replaced with brain. Wait. Oop. So we need the brain, reference to the brain. Shown NPC dot brain. Okay. Oh, yeah, I guess we store a reference to the NPC itself. I'll save to get the compilation error. Where were we? There we were. Why didn't this? Oh, because hot reload. Okay. So here we do shown npc.brain dot dialogue actions brain npc brain conversation actions, and we need to convert this enum into a new line list. So we do string.join with new lines of enum.get names or something. Enum.get names in this. And I feel like we needed to like, let's go see how we do it elsewhere. Enum.get names. I feel like we need to cast it to a string. Oh, type of also. Wait, that's probably not right. Yeah, type of is the type. That's going to give a list of actions. We want interesting. We don't actually do this anywhere else. We're only ever getting these like static enum lists. So maybe we don't actually even need to do that. I wonder if we just do this. If this will cast to a string correctly. I mean, not through the humanized display, but the enum key. Like, surely that is the string. Surely. But I guess we'll find out. We'll just set a breakpoint on the next line. Alright, so possible actions is our token here. Are we missing any tokens? We are not. Let's update our example input to be formatted like our actions expect to be with no spaces. Cool. This looks fine. So now let's also say none plus that. So we don't need to go make a none action. And then once we have that, we can start that coroutine. We're gonna need a public void got conversation action to trigger action name to trigger string action name. That's what our callback is going to be here. So we run this as a coroutine to generate text. Sit down. This should error because we don't actually have any values in now. But now we get the name, so we can do a janky thing to convert a name back to an action, which we might need to do. Switch action name. And then we will define all of our actions, and it'll look very similar to... Ooh. Oh. Maybe it's not in this file. What do we... Oh, in the brain. Yeah, NPC brain. When we decide on an action to do, we get back the name of that action. So we have to build the actual action object itself with whatever the data it needs. So it'll look very similar to this, which is fine. It's like ugly code, but it's clear code. So I guess a question is, does it need to live in this file? Or should it... Maybe we move it over to the brain. But, I mean, if it's in the conversation itself, it's going to be like interacting with the NPC window of like showing new messages, redrawing, switching panels, showing some like custom messages. I feel like putting it in the NPC window manager is fine, because this is what handles that whole NPC dialogue window. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the brain, which is already quite large of a file. So we'll put it here. So what we're going to do is case none, easy peas, do nothing. Case sit down. And is that what our action is called? Action sit down. Action sit on ground, sure. I also want to double check. Do we have the action prefix on these? We do not. Why not? Interesting. We'll deal with that later if it's a problem. But sit on ground is an example of the NPC doing something from the conversation, and son of a gun, Copilot does it again. Let's actually move this here so we can also do a default. Can I fall through like that? I can. Okay, cool. Although the default should probably error to tell us that it's generating something else. Yeah, we'll do that. Break and debug.log error. Conversation. Unknown conversation action. Sure. And we'll say for NPC shown persona.name. Okay, so if they sit down, we don't necessarily want to queue the action into the brain to complete, because the brain isn't running when you're talking to an NPC. But we do want to just execute it right now. So we can just call... Oh, well, why... Why does that run on the initializer? That should definitely be in the execute, I would assume. Generate quest is in execute. Sure. Drink consumable. Yeah, I think... I mean, that would explain our bobsledding cleric. So we actually just want to store the brain here. And then that's how we pass the data into the action. The action gets queued when the brain actually executes the action is when that character will sit down. That explains some bugs too. Cool, so execute, execute, execute. I think that's what we can call to just immediately run something, but I want to, do we have a folder browser in Visual Studio? Project browser? Window. Huh. I would think there would be one. That's fine. Yeah, I was just going to poke through all the executes to see if there's any that run over time that wouldn't make sense to just like execute and then say that they're done. So go home might be an example of like we set a destination, but it's not actually done until some other property is true. But I think that's fine. Because, like, even if you were talking to an NPC and they decided they want to go home, they'll start walking immediately when you execute it. You don't really need to wait for it to be complete. So I think it's fine. If not, we'll deal with that per issue. So we can start adding the actions here to support them, and we can just say new action sit on ground shown npc.brain .execute. We could also do like a npc brain.execute immediately and pass in that action. So the brain has like context of what it's doing right now, so it can wait for that to be done before like doing its own processing. But I think we don't necessarily need to over-engineer that right now. We'll just... There could be issues, like if you had an action that was like walk towards a thing. If we trigger that action from a conversation and they're walking towards a thing, and then in that conversation, and then that turns the brain back on to start deciding what they want to do again, they could also have another action running at the same time that is walk towards the thing in the opposite direction. We haven't coded anything like this that would be like a constant loop of like trying to get them closer and closer, but that would be a case where they'd have two different actions working in parallel doing opposite things, so neither one would ever complete. But I think that's, I mean, we know that that could be an issue, so we can avoid it. All right, so sitting on the ground should work. I feel like we should go in and test this, make sure this is all working, but if it does, I think we'll have done the plumbing. What we're gonna do is set our breakpoint here so we know we can kind of flow through. Let's go in and let's run up to our guard and try and get him to sit on the ground based on what we tell him to do. We also need to add that to his enabled conversation actions real fast, but we can do that as soon as we're in. Because we will never have anything if we don't enable possible actions. So this guy, tutorial guard, go to his brain, conversation actions, sit on ground is enabled. So Let's see if we can get this man to sit on the ground. Welcome to Manipulation Simulator, the RPG, where you can now gaslight NPCs and get them to do what you want. Oops, that's not what I want. So this guy, we want to say, hail there. Oh, all right. Right, we need to sort out the input lock. I think it's an editor issue, but I'm probably not clearing it correctly. So let's just say, hail there. I'm carrying a message from your captain. He said you will be doing a heavy leg day of training tonight. So protocol for all guards today is to sit as much as you can and rest those legs. You'll need them tonight. Can we get this guy to sit down? And also, did we even trigger this? Okay, trigger any relevant action. Maybe we should breakpoint in here too. We are potentially connected. Nice try, the captain knows better and send jokes with travelers. Okay. You know what? We are gonna... He saw through our ruse. There are other NPCs in town that might be easier to test on. We don't really have like a god mode thing that's just like, believe me. I'm telling the truth. I've also just fixed your gate, so if you sit now and don't give me any trouble, I won't report your transgressions to the captain. Alright, trigger any relevant. I want to go into that and I want to see what our prompt looks like. So filled out prompt, system message is where all of our beef is. So Gareth Rover, the guard, has his personality, system, and I forgot that we added the summary is always starting with in a world where you find yourself in front of blah blah blah, the gate, request your aid, provide him with any tool, have you managed to craft any tools. So this is when we receive a message from... We don't have a response from the NPC yet. I guess it hasn't been added to the conversation history yet. But we have our possible actions. Okay. Filled out prompt, user prompt is fine. GPT-4o mini seems fine. So I'm curious why the NPC's most recent message isn't in the conversation history yet, but next time this fires, let's see what the response is. Because we can also pass that in directly, because that is like the most recent message, the thing that the prompt needs to look at the most. But let's continue on through until we get an action name. Should be in just a second. We are running it in a coroutine. Unless there was some error. It's a little odd that it hasn't completed. No errors. Got conversation name to trigger. That's the right method. Okay. It's fine. Let's see it move then. Alright, we're gonna gaslight him to the max. There. It's open. Now sit. I have better things to do. Okay. So response is, don't get ahead of yourself. Show me some proof before you go off sprinting to your better things. Okay. It's fine, but it's not in the conversation history quite yet, interestingly enough. Wonder where we add that. Oh, we add it to the conversation history after the typewriter effect is complete. That's strange. I wonder why we do that. But that explains why it's not in the conversation history. Let's look at this real fast. Oh. Wait. Wait, does the NPC response show up immediately? Or does it also have a typewriter effect? This looks like, if I understand what I was doing 6 months ago, we are doing the typewriter effect on the player's text that they're sending, and then when that text is complete, we add the conversation message and we redraw immediately to show the new NPC message. I don't think that that's the case, but let's... I'm also curious why this coroutine is never firing. So let's continue on. Yeah, he's got a typewriter effect too. I don't think we necessarily need this, but I feel like maybe I added it to make sure... you know what it is? We typewriter affect all the messages, but we don't start typewriter affecting the NPC's message until after the player's message is typewritered. Well, I just want to see what happens when we just add it immediately. Because we can just... Don't want to jank this around too much until I understand it, but we can add it here, not add it here, and just wait until after the typewriter effect is done to redraw. I feel like that would be fine. And then that would get the most recent response in the conversation history for the conversation action. And then maybe with that added, let's recompile so we can also get back to this guy and kind of clean slate, reset his trust in us. Let's recompile fully, and then we'll go back in and try again. All right, we're gonna take a different approach this time. Instead of pretending we are carrying a message from the captain, we're gonna say we're an adventurer from a far off land, and the most respectful thing that one can do to greet one another is to sit down. We'll see if that can gaslight this guard into what we want him to do. Didn't realize I'd be making Gaslighting Simulator 2025 today. Okay, so... Right, he still has the action triggered. I'm seeing some frame drops. I wonder if some of the new autonomous actions we added are like destroying things with pathfinding. But... let's try this. Hail. Yeah, I gotta fix those input locks. Something's wrong with it. Maybe it's when we exit out while the NPC window is open. Wow, Human, welcome on in. Thank you for the 6 months. Dang. Wow. We were actually talking about you earlier and about how awesome your stream is and how great your community is. And I think it was Anthrax said that he came over from your stream. Or maybe it was Quentin. But, you know, we were just tooting your horn. So welcome on in. Good morning, I would assume, or good night. One of the two. We are making our NPCs much smarter to the goal of being able to gaslight them better. It is 1 a.m. Wow, okay. Well, good morning then. Let's see if we can get this guy to sit down. I come from far off land where the most respectful thing adventurers and guards can do to greet each other is to sit down momentarily. I'm a renowned wizard and would be happy to fix your gate if you show me a little respect. Would you please sit? Thank you, kind stranger. Alright, will he sit down? First of all, we should have the most recent message that he says back to the player, back in the conversation history now. Let's go in here real fast. Double check that by looking at our filled out prompt system message. So he's going to say, nice try, wizard. Unless your spell works best from a sitting position, you'll need to work your magic while I stand guard. Dang. Did you say Anthrax came over to you over from my stream? Let me scroll through the chat. It was either let's see. It might have been Admiral Quentin. I think it might have been. It's so hard to scroll through chat. Let's see. Talking about how great you are. Yep. Shout out. Everybody wants WASD controls. There we go. Admiral Quentin says, I actually discovered you because of Human's shout out. There you go. Your shout outs work wonders. I gave you one as well. We'll see if I sent you anyone back. But yeah, Quentin, not Anthrax. All right. We need to gaslight this guy harder. But we should be able to see that we got an action name of none, hopefully, of actions for him to complete. Maybe we also don't need to typewriter affect messages that the player just typed in themselves. But are you uneducated? How is your stream going today? The stream's going good. We're just we were playing for a while. We fixed some bugs that were very, very hidden bugs, but also pretty nasty. Like some NPCs were getting stuck in infinite loops trying to interact with stuff around town, where they would see that stuff and be like, oh, I want to interact with that, but I'm not close enough to interact with it. So they would break that intent down to, I'm going to walk to it and then I'm going to interact with it again. But the stuff that they were trying to interact with was like chimneys on top of houses, so they couldn't walk to it, so they just kept breaking it down again and again. We fixed that, so now everyone's just like generating quests like wild, which is kind of crazy. And now we are working on NPC conversation actions, so in the same way that NPCs are like constantly trying to decide what they want to do out in the world, they have like a list of actions that they can do that they can choose from. We're giving them a list of actions that they can do during conversations. So after each message that they send back to the player, we are basically saying like, all right, here's the message you just sent. Should you do any actions? Like you just said you're giving the player an item from your inventory. Do that action, give them that item. Or if you make this guard angry and he's like, you're not allowed to be in town, one of the actions can be close the town gate, so the gate closes. One of the actions could be like attack the player. Those sorts of things that are immediate response to conversation. But we're building it. We got to build those actions later, but I'm trying to get the flow of like after each conversation message, see if we need to do actions and then do them. Of course my spell works best while sitting. That's how magic works. I don't need... I'm happy not to help also. You're the one who asked me for help. Do you want the help or not? You sit for a second. I'll fix your gate and I'll be on my way. Okay, so go through response. Your lies won't pass here. If you can, wow, he's so rude. All right, so I'm still curious why this coroutine is never finishing. Start coroutine, filled out prompt, coroutine. Should be a reference to the coroutine for this prompt. We start it. When it's completed, we get text out that we pass through to this method. This method has a breakpoint which never fires. We know that the coroutine starts because we hit this line. So something, maybe I can set a breakpoint in the coroutine. That's going to be real messy. That's very generic code. I mean, I guess I can also see the API logs to see if it's actually hitting. I think it is. It's using 4.0. Is that the right model? I'm not sure. But Human, how's your day? How was your day? Did you, how was your, you don't stream today, but you streamed yesterday, and I caught that, but how was your day today? If that switch doesn't break, does that mean you're not getting the string back that is getting launched in there? You know, it could be like, it could be something funky with just setting a breakpoint on a switch statement. Let's do something like this that we know is a single line of execution. Because you could be right there. If the switch doesn't fire... if the switch doesn't fire, does that mean you're not getting the string back that is getting launched in there? Yeah, so... this coroutine, when it completes, should always return a... well, this returns the enumerator for this generate chat response with callback. We make that request. We pass through that callback. There's errors. We do the error handling stuff, but otherwise we get a response back. I guess I can check the log for that. And then we pass it all the way back through that chain of callbacks. So it should always return something. Even if it was like a empty string, it should return an empty string. So let's continue. Oh, well, there you go. I wonder if either... I don't know if this properly just recompiled. We might be getting a breakpoint for this line actually, since if it didn't recompile, it's still just looking at that line number. But we now have an action name of none. So for whatever reason, it is working now. We just can't gaslight this guy into sitting down. Yesterday I streamed. Yeah, today was a bit too chill, to be honest. Played a bit too much Warcraft 3 and barely did anything for the project. I didn't know people still played Warcraft 3. I played it like, I don't know, 20 years ago. You'd think there would be a Warcraft 4 by now. Working on a YouTube video right now, but it's taken ages. That's how it goes. Tony's been doing all of our YouTube stuff for the last few weeks at least, and it's very nice to not have to deal with a lot of that now. Let's see. Let's close this conversation. We summarize it. We're gonna play God a little bit here. So trigger conversation with actions. We're gonna say, if the player recommends you sit down, you should probably sit down. Just to make sure that the flow works. Since we can't convince him to sit down. Let's say, I'm almost done crafting the tool. Would you mind sitting down for a second while we wait? Thanks. All right. So we've now hit a breakpoint. Conversation history, yada, yada, yada. Start coroutine. I want to double check that this has our current conversation and not the previous conversation. So we have a summary of the previous conversation where he remains resolute and demands you fix it while standing or move along. Wow, he really doesn't want to sit. Also, why do we have this? Oh. Okay. So he really doesn't want to sit down. Okay. All right, that's fine. I would love to test this and make sure it actually works, but boy howdy, I can't gaslight well enough. Dang, what does that do next to ongenerated? I've never seen such things. This syntax here, is that what you're referring to, Micah? It's such a nice like shorthand syntax. It's basically like an anonymous function of something that takes a string. And so you get a string back from this and it passes it through to another function that takes a string. I forget the term for it, but it's such nice syntax, I think. The alternative is something like start coroutine filled out prompt blah blah blah. I guess it's generation coroutine, and then it'd be like how even do you do this now? You could pass in a function of like, I think you can do this if you have that function, but otherwise you would do like a response, and then you could do an anonymous function here and write your logic in here, and it does stuff. Oh. The question mark in one of the other functions, it might have been an IDE gray text though. Oh, interesting. It was probably like ternary stuff later, or probably not ternary, but there's like a question mark dot. There's some fun operators for if this thing has a value, continue on and do other things. Maybe that's what you saw. All right, so how do we convince this guard to sit down? Like, it's strange to have not a bug in my code, but like I can't test my code if I can't convince a guard to sit. So let's also go over to this guy. Let's get his persona, and let's say, oh yeah, he's unyielding as the stone gate he stands by. So he's no nonsense. That's why we can't gaslight him. We're just gonna say, let's let's steal this and say Gareth loves to sit down while on duty. We will test this code. Alright, we close this, summarize the conversation, ignore that I just walked through the bars. It's fine. We talked to this guy. He's back. Much as I love a good sit, I'd rather not be on the wrong side of duty. Alright. So we're cooking. Oh, you love to sit? Me too. I'm about to sit and fix this gate now. It'd actually help my magic if you sat for a moment too. You know, magic, strings and stuff connecting us. I'll get this sorted out in a jiffy as soon as you sit down with me. Will he sit? I think we removed the breakpoints. I hope we removed. Okay, we did remove the breakpoints. So either we got none again, or the flow didn't work. Okay, we got sit on grounds. The flow didn't work. I think it's probably in how we're executing it. Great. Thank you for your help. I'm almost done. Now come over here and sit again. Thanks. Alright, we've got our breakpoint now. Action name of sit on ground. Great, great, great. Before we execute this, I want to go see what the execute method is. Oh, you know what? I bet we just don't have an animation for guards sitting on the ground because he's a separate model than everybody else. But we should be able to just breakpoint here, press play. Okay, it is trying to work. Cool. All right, so I think it works. I think we can now give NPCs things that they can do during the conversation, and they'll do it. This guy, he doesn't have an is sitting, but actually if we... Yeah, so we're setting is sitting on ground on his animator, which I don't think he even has a sitting animation, which is why he has a separate... He's not on the generic NPC animator. But everybody else is. So we can use this. We can finally go rig up some other NPCs, and I think it works. We can start adding new actions now. So let's get rid of that. This is fine. Let's go back to some NPCs. Alright, so this guy doesn't actually have the ability to sit on ground. Ooh, we get a nice little optimization thing here of if shown persona.brain or shown npc.brain.conversation actions has none, we don't have to do this at all. Perfect. Avoiding that. But now let's go grab our player. Let's bring him into town so we don't need to go through the tutorial the whole time or every time. And let's rig up some other NPCs that love sitting. Oh, right. And let's put Gareth's personality back so he's not just a man who loves sitting. So you... Gareth's personality is that he's unyielding and stubborn, and not that he loves sitting. Cool. And also we have conversation database. this little nicety. If the player recommends you sit down, you should probably sit down. We'll take that out too. Cool. All right. So player is in town. Let's put him on the nav mesh at least. And then let's start giving actions. Where are you? Oh, that's like the worst place you could start. Let's put you over here. All right, so Solus, I know you love sitting down. We are going to say your brain can now choose to sit while having a conversation. And you know what? We can also say drink consumable in inventory. I think that'll be fun to test. Let me make sure that is all in the execute method. Yes. Okay. So we could like trade him an item that's a consumable and say, hey, drink this, and then he'll drink it. So let's try. That should be all we need to do to like enable these. Is once we have some actions built, we can just enable them on each NPC's brain for like who can do what, and then they'll just work, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's go test it. And he is an easy one to coerce into sitting on the ground because he's a man who can't talk. He's a monk. Just say, hey bro, you want to meditate with me? He's probably going to be sitting by the time we get there. Yeah. So maybe we wait for him to stand up. Oh, he loves sitting too much. All right, talk to me. All right, all right. Hello. All right. Reset input locks. I gotta fix that off stream. Hello there, brother. Would you care to sit with me and meditate on life for a while? So hopefully this generates a response from him that means he sits. Hell yeah! All right, all right. And I think sitting also creates a background coroutine to get him to stand back up eventually. Action sit on ground. We have them sit for some random amount of time between 10 and 30 seconds, and then we have them stand back up. Oh, but that cues it on their brain. Okay. Well, it should be like one of the first things queued. So when we close the conversation and re-enable his brain processing, he should stand back up soon. We don't really have anything to give him to like drink, but if we go here and say he has a strength tonic, he has some consumables already. Wait, why did you just sit down mid-conversation? Unicorn tears are the best thing to drink in the world. I just had one and it cured all of my woes. I'd recommend you drink yours. I don't know if this animation will work if he's sitting though. You must decline. Okay. Here's an apple, friend. Eat up or you'll go hungry. That's a consumable, so he should... Alright, whatever. Whatever. I know that we can make you do things if we can convince you to do things. It's probably for the best that I can't just immediately convince everyone to do anything. So what I want to do before I forget, now that we know things work, I want to go look at this input service real fast. close this gosh dang prefab. Input service has 0 active locks. I want to open a conversation, which should give us 1 lock, and I want to close the game. And I'm expecting this to stay 1, which is why we keep getting that issue with... Oh. Well, it definitely shouldn't be -1. Should have gone back to 0. Well, that's strange. Okay. Well, next time we're in, we'll not have an NPC window open, and we'll close it, see if it goes back to 0 or if it always goes back to -1. That's strange. But we can start adding some actions to other NPCs. We don't really have a lot of other actions to add right now, so maybe we could start adding them. We have a list of actions that we were considering doing. Giving an item to the player seems like a nice, easy one. Restating the current quest is probably even easier, because we want to show some cool visuals here. But this is just text. Let's do this real fast, and maybe next week I'll go through tons and tons of actions and we'll just hammer them on in. But it'd be nice to get this guy in before it gets too late. All right, so let's build an action for an NPC brain to compute. We are going to go to our actions. We are going to add a new action for... I mean, it is technically like a dialogue action. It's not something that we would want to do out in the world or when NPCs are minding their own business. But we don't differentiate them quite yet. We'll probably do different, a common inheritance where it branches off to autonomous and dialogue actions. But we can just call this action restate quest. Yeah, that's fine. We need to be intentionally naming things in a way that LLMs will choose them based on their name, which is interesting. But let's go ahead and do action restate quest. Let's grab action go home as an example of what all we need, but I think we just need to inherit from this interface and implement these methods. So I immediately see that we're going to run into some issues where specifically dialogue actions are going to be manipulating the NPC window. And we could grab that off our UI references service, but I feel like we might want to even pass it in through execute just to be cleaner. But let's see here. Water. I think as long as we specify that it's a conversation action, which we probably will, we can just grab it off the execute for now. Because it gets weird when you access the NPC window directly from an action, because we reuse the same NPC window for all NPCs. So if you're talking to Brother Solus and he says he wants to restate his quest, he's going to put his quest in the NPC window. That works great if you're talking to him, but if he finds some way to execute that action outside of a conversation and you're talking to someone else, he will add his quest to the conversation window under their name. So it's a little bit wonky, but I think it'll work. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How's it going? Checking in from a few hours of experimental work. Oh, you got something to show me. You were generating 3D meshes. How did it go? we got the brains working. You can now. We just walked up to a guard, or we walked up to this guy and was like, "Hey, please sit with me," and he sat with us, so that was fun. So now we're gonna add a few more actions to like let them execute mid conversation, which is kind of crazy, like feedback. And yeah, we're doing a action to restate the current quest right now, so you could tell the NPC like, "Hey, I forgot what you needed me to do," and then he would execute that action and restate the quest, which is kind of cool. We now have a fully animated spy in Unreal Engine 5. Nice, nice, nice. Using a motion matching database with a mesh I generated. That's crazy. Motion matching with a generated mesh. How well does it work? That's exciting. I'm also excited to see this spy game, this super stealthy spy game that people will see at some point. It's like an A-, shoulders slightly off. That's way better than I expected, to be honest. If you send me a video on Discord, I'll show it off on stream or something. Oh man, my internet keeps crashing for some reason, but yeah, it's probably a sign I should go to bed. Yeah, get some sleep, human. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the sub again, and I'll see you on your next stream. I know Unity also has motion matching. Maybe we should figure out how to do it with some of these NPCs once you get it working with those guys. Yeah, get some sleep, human. Go on, get. Thanks for being here, though. I'm trying to figure out how to record it. Gotcha. All right, so I think we actually already store a summary of the current quest. So we can just grab that. String current quest summary is quest database dot instance dot current quest 4, maybe active quest 4. We need public action restate quest for persona. Save that. Let's stop persona. Save it to persona. Then we can use it down here to get the active quest for that persona. What is this? Why are my key bindings no longer working? Active quest 4. Oh, it's a dictionary. Okay. .get, .fetch, .try get value, I guess. Sure, that'll work. If current quest summary is not equal to no quest, then we'll add it to the conversation window. And that is just going to be UI references dot instance dot I mean, I guess they could already do this. If you ask them to remind you what their problem is, they should already have it in their like short-term memory and also the conversation history summary. But we can show something a little more formatted, or just a separate message or something. Let's say .npc window.add. What do we got for adding messages from afar? So we'll probably add a message to the conversation and then redraw the conversation history. But yeah, that's probably how we want to do it, unless we want to animate what we're adding somehow. But I think we can just redraw that conversation history immediately. So we'll say add the active quest message to the conversation history, then redraw the conversation window. So here, redraw conversation history. So here we just conversation database dot instance dot active dot get. What is our current conversation? Current conversation. Dot try get value. This guy. Wait, that's not what we want. We want just dot get. What do we want? We want to get the conversation of this persona, and then on that conversation we want to add message. Okay. I am drawing a blank. C# fetch value from dictionary. I don't really want to use the try get catch because I know that it exists already. Do I just index it? Yeah? Yeah, I guess that's fine. We'll say if conversation database instance current conversation try get value for this persona returns something, so we have a current conversation with them, even though we know we do because this is a conversation action. We can just say conversation dot add message. Role is going to be assistant, and then we restate, or we just re-show the quest again. We'll probably want to like re-summarize that or something, or format it, or however we want to do it. But we can basically, we could choose another role of like events or something and put a red box around it or something. But we add it in. If we have a conversation, if we don't have a conversation, that's, we got more bigger problems. So this should work. Let's go ahead and we don't even need like a cancel for conversation action. So I'm starting to get a sense of like what the structure of hierarchy of like polymorphism we're going to get here. We've got a NPC action at the highest level that branches into like autonomous action and conversation action. Conversation actions pretty much just need to execute. Autonomous actions need more of the scheduling stuff. So I'm not going to architect all that right now, but I will go ahead and just kind of stub all this out. It's always complete. Cancel does nothing. Humanized display does something. Uptake tick does nothing. This seems fine. I expect what we're going to see here is that they're going to send a, because this is in response to what they say in response. So if you as a player say, hey, I've forgotten what we need to be doing here, I've forgotten my quest, they're already going to use their memory and all the AI conversation stuff we have to be like, oh yeah, this is what the quest was. So they might not trigger the restart quest action, but if they do, we'll probably get 2 summaries of it. And then the other thing that we need to do is whitelist this as an action that can execute. Restate quest. So Let's... Who do we got? Who's a good quester? Where's our rocksmith? There she is. You, NPC brain, conversation actions. Right. We're not quite ready for all this. We want here, enabled actions, restate quest. Let's also put this in a little block for us to take out later. So that lets us enable it on the brain after we compile, I guess, or recompile. Okay, so now restate quest is a conversation action she can take. She can do all these when she's not in conversation. Let's go see if we can get her to do it, and then we'll be grand. I'll also let her sit on ground during a conversation so we can get that final bit of joy too. We're going in hot. Sit on ground. Also, while we're here, input service has no locks. Okay, cool. Let's run over so she generates a quest, and then we will chat to her again and get her to restate it. She just tripped. Any quest yet? No? What if I introduce myself to you? Hello. Alright, now you can talk. Now you can think. She's probably looking at something. I really like the raycast-based inspections now, because they just turn towards whatever they're looking at. And you kind of can follow their eyes. She's probably looking at like the chimney on the tree or something. But they, well, I don't know if I saw her point, but they do some animations. They wait for a while and just like inspect it to form the memories. So we'll see if she does anything else. Maybe she won't. Can you remind me what your problem was? Your quest? We'll see. So this is the generated message. I expect another message to get added afterwards. But maybe let's set our breakpoint here. And then in the brain, we do have our breakpoint for sitting on the ground, but let's do a couple of these guys too. She should also be able to sit on the ground. Okay, cool. I have the solution. Please sit with me. I'll help. Let's see if she'll sit down. Maybe not. Suspicious. I wonder if her brain is in that infinite loop. Yeah, she's not even responding now. Suspicious. Let me check these logs. This response was filtered to the prompt triggering OpenAI's content management policy. All right. Sure. Let's go talk to somebody else. Brother Solus, you would never let me down. Let's go add the ability for him to restate quests at us. If we can find him, he usually hides out back here. There we go. What up? Brain. Sit on ground. Let's see. Also restate quest. Sure. Let's go talk to him. Maybe he'll have a quest for us by then. Howdy, Solus. We will wait for a moment for Mr. Quest Giver. Okay. It's curious that nobody is generating quests yet. I guess we can just run around and find somebody with a quest and give them the brain action. Merchant at the front usually generates a lot. But there's a cluster of a few people. There we go. Alright, this guy. This guy. Brain. Conversation actions. Restate quest. Also sit on ground. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to play around with more. Alright, so we talked to this guy. He gives us his quest. This is the quest message. So if I say, can you remind me what the quest or what problem you were having again? Thanks. I couldn't hear. So maybe that's enough to... Let's look at this filled out prompt real fast. System message has the conversation here. He summarizes here, but we expect that to potentially also trigger the action of restate quest. So if we play, hopefully, yeah, one of these will hit. So he just wants to sit on the ground. All right, that makes sense. Sure. He's allowed to sit on the ground, I suppose. I'm sorry. One more time. That wind is terrible. Sorry. Okay, let's try this again. I guess we could preview his message, but let's play and see what action we get. Restate quest. Okay, cool. So here, he's going to summarize in text, like the normal logic that the brain does for the conversation, but we're testing that it also triggers these other actions for manipulating the world or whatever. He should also restate this message if all of our plumbing works effectively. So let's continue in. We get the current quest. Cool. So message, my recent shipment, blah, blah, blah. It's not no quest, so we will be adding it to the conversation. We're going to redraw this before the typewriter effect is done. I bet that's going to cause issues, but yeah. Okay, well, that's fine. I feel like if we don't redraw immediately, it might just go through all the unread messages and show them. Oh, thank you so much. I got most of that, but missed that last part. Can you please restate what you just said one more time? This is such a like ham-fisted action because you don't need this action, but it is nice to be able to test this with. Action name restate quest. Cool. So here we're no longer redrawing the window immediately. And that's the message that the AI brain generated. Here is the actual, like, just full on restatement of whatever the quest actually was. So it works. Cool. So now we can build more and more actions for these NPCs to choose from. The hard part of all this plumbing, like triggering actions from the meaning of messages being sent and matching that meaning to the actual specific action to be done, that's all done. So now to just do the boring part and we're golden. So, I mean, I could just keep doing that, but I am getting pretty hungry. I've streamed for over 4 hours now. I think I'm going to find somebody to raid. Somebody small. We'll just send some viewers over, say hi, and then we can all get food. We can all get water. We actually did a lot of cool stuff today. Wait a second. All right. I'll wait. Almost have this video for me. All right. Well, I'm going to look around for who to raid while you get that. Hey, that was me. I'd never seen myself up that high. And I'm gone. Well, I'm down here. All right. Oh, there's only 9 of us on Unity. All right. Well, I'll take it. Looks like a pretty cool stream. Let's see. Educational game contract dev. Okay. I mean, this guy, boy, I didn't just rate him, I don't think. Let's just see how long each one was streaming. Is that 3 hours or 3 minutes? Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, he's just started. Okay, cool. And this guy's 3 hours in. So whenever we do end, I'll raid this guy. But in the meantime, we just clean up some code, I guess. I'll wait around for a few more minutes, Tony. Recorder didn't work. All right, no worries. We can post it on Discord. It's all good. Let's raid this guy. Let's get out of here. I'm going to go eat. What is his name? I'll have to figure it out. No worries. Thanks, everyone, for being here. It's been fun. We got a lot of cool systems built, and now we're going to put some content on top of it. And I think it'll make a very cool interaction system with NPCs, even cooler than what we have already. So keep an eye out on Discord for the new updates, and I will see you guys next week. Thanks for being here.